real fast on the straight and then slow on the corner. I guess that's practical.
Yep. How's the car feel with the lower tire pressure?
Feels better on the low speed, but not as good on the high speed.
Okay, so we'll leave them where they are.
Yeah.
Just leave them where they are.
Although, the only thing I'm curious, is there a pressure difference between left and right?
Right,
Yeah.
trying to bring you down. In the blink of an eye, you'll realize that there's so much more to the book than the page you were stuck on. Finally, you will feel free to live a life you love living instead of the life you think other people want you to live. Remember, you're the highest authority when it comes to knowing what you want and what you love. So stop trading yourself for the approval from others. Ladies and gentlemen, weirdos and geeks, please repeat after me. I don't give a fuck.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
All right, folks, welcome back to the show. Good evening. It's me again. Hadn't seen you since yesterday afternoon during the day shift. It's a totally different show at night. It's a little darker. Talk about different things than we talk about during the day because it's nighttime. And we're really gonna delve into some interesting things tonight. Probably I'm the only one that thinks they're interesting, but that's okay. We'll roll with it. We will have people come up tonight, as is kind of normal these days. It won't be a continuous monologue by yours truly, but I do have things that need to be said to lead off the show. Before I get into it, I want to acknowledge the people who've showed up tonight and commented and given their all to be here. Some of these guys, I'm sure, have checked out during the intro to get some popcorn or go take a leak, and they'll be back soon. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's acknowledge the people that show up, and show out, and get things done. K2 Keep On Trucking is in the chat, and he says, if you're not first, you are last. 13, Mr. Bujikan is in the house. Mikey Balls is in the house. Can't keep a good man down. Mikey Balls proves that. Banksy Style Live, celebrity in our midst, is or was in the house. Hopefully he's still here. Good to see him in the chat. Ghost 1978 in that chat. Damien, our resident parkour guy. I keep shouting out his channel, guys. You got to go see it. It's good stuff. TR Finley is in the chat tonight. Good to see you out there, brother. Good to see you. Anson Knowles is in the chat, and he's already being abused by our other chatters. That's okay. He's tough. He can take it. And we all knew who's banging Anson Knowles' ex-wife. Anson Knowles is banging his ex-wife. That's funny. Two Wills is out in the chat tonight. Good to see you out there, brother. And of course, Mr. Boulay and the Department of Numismatics is in the house. He is our top mod and gives the directionality a lot of times in the chat. And he's funny. Tiki Tack gifted 5 Unreasonable Man memberships. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. I know you work hard for your money, so for you to give up even a little bit of it means a lot to me. And I really appreciate the memberships. Memberships are awesome. Looks like 90 Zebras, the Don SP, Allison, Andrew's black ex-wife, and John Kell were recipients of those wonderful memberships. So I hope you guys put those to good use. Speaker for the Dead is back in the house tonight. Adam Ant, Mr. Both in the house tonight. Angel Berber has clocked in and is ready to do work. Exos the One 423. How's it going, brother? Good to see you. And with that, guys, we are going to roll right into the grift section of this show. The show is sponsored by My Wallet. YouTube. To say YouTube pays me would be a laughing matter in every language you could repeat it in. I think in the year that I've been doing this now, no matter how many views my videos get, no matter how often I monetize them or anything else I do to promote them, I think a grand total of about $30 has been earned through YouTube in and of itself. So all of the money comes from folks like yourself who are choose to donate to the stream. And it does take a lot of time and effort and work to make this happen. And, at some point it needs to become profitable and worthwhile to continue to do so. If you can, please feel free to super chat. Super chats $10 and up will trigger TTS and be instantly, more or less, read by the TTS machine, and I kind of shut things down. All other all other super chats are read. Sometimes it takes me a minute or two to get to them. I'm sorry if that, but that is the way it is. And memberships, good way to support the show. There's and in the description, there's Cash App and all of the other things. Feel free to do whatever it is that you wish to do. I see Speaker for the Dead is jumping right in today with a super chat for $5 to support before they have to take off. Thanks, Grid. Thank you. Thank you very much, Speaker for the Dead. I really appreciate it. I'm getting hammered over here. Who is yelling at me? Huh. I don't know. Anyway, back to reality. All right, guys. So the mods of this show are excellent, truly good people. They will be kind to you. However, if you are new here and you choose to do bad things, they will time you out. And if you continue to do so, they will remove you from the from the premises, and you may not be able to come back. Unlike most people, I don't even care what my mods do. They do what they do, and they in the way they see fit most of the time. If they get out of hand, let me know, and I will check into it. But for the most part, I trust the mods. Code of conduct here is very simple. Just be cool. So, John Deadman, I see you out there in the chat. Yeah. Thank you, Anson Knowles. I was actually got like 10 messages in a row that don't mean anything to me, so that's okay. All right, guys. So that ends the much appreciated grift section of the intro. We may or may not bring it up again later, depending on how the night goes. Really would appreciate anything you can see your way through to help with. But do not give your last dollar. Do not put yourself in financial hardship. It is not worth it. All right. So now we've done the intros. We've done the grift section. Let's move on, shall we? Anson Knowles is clipping tonight, so he's clipping every night. I feel like that he's got a new pair of scissors, and since he doesn't have any hair, this is the only thing he can do to amuse himself with. So, maybe we can get Anson Knowles up on the stage tonight, give us some of his rhetoric. And joining us is the great Andrew Wilson. Good evening, sir.
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
Not much, man. Not much. We just started the show. I just finished my my massive grift section of the program. So
how'd the grift go?
It's starting off slowly, but we'll get there. So it's a good time for everyone.
Yeah, good. Well, I hadn't popped on in a while, and I saw the link, so I was like, I should probably just pop on and say what's up.
You, sir, have been busy. I've been, not that I follow you around everywhere you go or anything, but I get an idea about what you're doing, and you've just been hammering it out. So, win for you, sir. You've been doing great stuff.
Yeah, we've been going like crazy, but that's why I took the last few days off. And I was actually gonna do a stream today, but I was like, man, I'm still tired. I mean, I just don't want to go back to work just yet, Right. So.
Yeah.
But it was like 5 or 6 days straight there that I think I only got, maybe 2-3 hours of sleep a day. So.
Oh, wow.
That kicked my ass, but we just had so much tightly scheduled that I was just like, well, let's just do it all.
I mean, sometimes you just got to power through, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, that's I'm glad that you're busy, man. I know that you've been putting a lot of time and effort in all of your projects. I'm really glad that they're paying off and they're doing what you need them to do.
Yeah, well, I mean, and there's sometimes I'll work 100 hours on a project or 200 hours on a project and then end up scrapping it. You know what I mean? So it is nice though, the ones that do come to fruition. You know what I mean? So
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I've been meaning to give you a call. Actually, I just haven't had time myself. I've been busy with a bunch of different projects too, and it's crazy how little time you actually have in a day if you're really trying to get things done. So
yeah, no, and everything takes way longer than it should. So
absolutely, it really does. So
it's like, well, no, everything else is fine. I think I'm bickering back and forth with Knowles on Twitter right now. So
are you really? That sounds like fun. That sounds like a good time.
Yeah, I'm always bickering back and forth. The prostitutes on TikTok are super mad at me. So there's that too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
they don't mad at you.
I mean, well, none of them like how I talk to Nala.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's very interesting.
The League of Extraordinary Hookers is very upset.
As a prop myself, I don't have a problem with the way you treated Nala at all. You stopped short of where I would have gone, which is to tell her that hey, you're going to hell unless you actually repent. And acting like you're penitent is not the same as being repentant. So, I mean, you stopped way short of where I would have gone. I actually thought you were really being kind and helpful, to be honest. I didn't actually.
Well, near the end of the night, I got into it a little more viciously between her and her husband, but they were just being such insufferable fuckheads, dude.
Well, yeah, I did see that, but I mean, again, they earned that, right? You earn things in life, and sometimes you actually get paid what you're owed. So
That's true. So
yeah,
in any case,
I haven't
Yeah,
had
go
a
ahead.
whole lot of drama lately myself. I've been very, it's been very actually, um, much less drama in my little sphere.
Well, as long as I'm tangling up with the degens,
Mhm.
there's always going to be it's always going to be another degen who comes out of the woodwork, you know.
Mm.
And what about you? Are you perfect? What about anything you might have done 15 or 20 years ago? Huh? I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, well, you know, I wasn't sucking dick on film 20 years ago, so I just
There
want to
is
let you
that.
know there was zero gangbangs and zero dick sucking. So I'm not really sure where we're going with
True.
this.
That's true.
You
There's a
know,
TTS coming in. Hang on one sec. Let's see if
Mr.
it'll read.
Bulayan the
There
debt
you
of
go.
Noomis donated
You
$10.
can't hear it though
This
because
TTS is sponsored by Grid's Wallet and Tactical Soap from Grondike Soap Company.
I'll
Before
show
a
it in a
surprise
second.
guest arrives, you better stay clean and wash off all your degen scum daily. Try Tactical.
Yeah, he always makes them too long, so they don't show up. And I think he did that one on Streamlabs, so it's not going to show up here in YouTube. So, but thank you, Mr. Boulay, for the TTS. That's awesome.
Mr. Boulay.
Yeah,
Nice to hear from Mr. Boulay. I like that guy.
I like that guy a lot too. You know, he's been on the show before, and actually the last time he was on, I gave him some tips on maybe making his show a little better, maybe going in a little bit different direction than what he's been doing. And I hope it's helped him out. I don't know. We'll see. But
Yeah.
it's been very cool lately. I've been doing the format that you had kind of, you never actually told me to do it this way. It's just, you gave me some minor direction, and I've just kind of taken it in this directionality, and I really like it.
Well, are you still having fun with it?
Dude, I have a lot of fun with it, to be honest.
Well,
with
then that's it, right?
you. Yeah, and I'm doing Prime K's on Monday.
The Reverie, the Prime K's Reverie.
Yeah, the Reverie. Yeah, he's bringing me on. He said that he has a problem getting conservatives to come on.
Well, that's because he doesn't like to let them talk. So there's that.
Right. Yeah, I had Fabian Liberty on the other night, and actually, when I was prepping for his stream, you actually, I was watching a video of the Crucible where he and another guy had been debating these. It was a 2v2, and I got to be honest, Andrew, you're an amazing moderator during the debate. Like it was crazy how.
Well, I got my start in the space as a debater, but the Crucible started out as a moderated debate channel.
Yeah.
So I moderated hundreds of debates, and you get pretty good at it after a while, and it's still very trusted for unbiased moderation, which is still pretty nice to have as part of your reputation, you know.
Yeah.
Fabian and me, we go back. Let's see. He started streaming kind of around the same time I did, Fabian Liberty, and we've done some content together over the years, quite a bit. Very, very nice guy. You know what I mean? He's just a fucking cringe libertarian, right? he's a good guy. He's just a cringe ass libertarian.
Guy,
so.
But you just want to go, it doesn't work like that, Scott. But
well, he's one of the I think he's the largest libertarian, straight political libertarian content creator on Twitch now, which is good. You know, I wish him all this.
He's on Twitch anymore. I think they canned him.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Well, that's too bad because you know I wish the guy.
He's on YouTube.
You know,
that's
tons of success. So.
Yeah, he needs some help. He needs to regain his footing, so to speak. He got. I don't know if they nuked his channel or I don't know what happened, but something happened and he's not on Twitch anymore. He's only on YouTube, and I think maybe he does a little bit on Rumble. But yeah, so he was on last week, and it was a great show. He's really good to talk to, and
well, and he's also a very skilled debater. He he's been in the field tearing people up for a couple of years, and I enjoy debating with the guy. Like I've had him on my team before, and and then also gone against him depending on what the topic is. So, but yeah, he's a good guy, very trustworthy creator to work with. No, he doesn't do the backstabbing. He just doesn't do any of that shit.
No, he's awesome. I've actually really enjoyed kind of getting to know him and being. I'm in his Discord, and so he seems like a really good dude.
The only problem is he did tell me once that he'd suck a tranny's dick.
Did he really?
So he did say that to me once.
Yeah,
so
told me that. So maybe he's changed.
Now I don't know. Now I don't know if that's like tongue in cheek. It didn't sound like it was tongue in cheek. You know what I mean?
I don't need to.
But yeah, he could. I mean, there could be some super hidden degen under there, but he seems to not like the degens very much, to be honest with you.
Oh, there was one on the other night on Prime K's and Arceus, or however you say it, and he really went after the degen. Like it was absolutely crazy. And he had a debate with this new up and comer DGG guy, this guy Nonfon, who's really a lot like Destiny. Like if you heard his voice, you would just think it was a young Destiny. He's really funny, and he's very smart. He's a very smart kid, but his arguments are straight out of the DGG handbook, and you can see him coming a mile away. And Scott left that guy in bewilderment the other night. It was totally nice the whole time. Nobody was yelling at each other. It's just the whole time Nonfon was just like lost because he could not even make an argument to counter anything Scott was saying. And Scott was saying it in such a nice way that Nonfon's like, I don't know what to say about this. So it was very interesting to watch that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, have fun in your. So Prime K's is a good entrance to Twitch politics. Same with Dylan Burns sometimes does his hippy dippy, right? Those have some big audiences. It's worth kind of engaging over there with that. And,
I watched a little bit of Dylan Burns just freaking out after the election. I thought it was great to watch.
Well, Dylan, it's really funny. So Dylan Burns, right? There was a big controversy with him a couple of years ago because he was banging Prime K's girlfriend. Yeah. And
all right.
Yeah, he was banging her. And everybody at that point thought he was gay because he said he was gay, right? Then I remember I had a banger tweet that pissed off all the lefties. He was like, well, he's like, I got to go visit my dad or something like that because he's sick and blah, 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 blah. And I was like, well, are you going to come out as straight to him? and they all got all kinds of pissed off about it. You know what I mean? But it was pretty funny. And then I made up the meme Down syndrome Burns, and that stuck. And then on top of that, the big one that got him was, and he still has it, right? Is I called them all the movers and shakers of Twitch, the scumbag movers and shakers, and he still calls his company Movers and Shakers Incorporated. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, little back lore there.
I did not know any of that. So that's
Down syndrome Burns and me go way back. But
have you ever seen the Matt Best video of where he comes out as a conservative to his parents? It's a great skit. You should watch it. It's hilarious.
No, I haven't seen it. No,
I haven't seen that one. It's very funny. I really like Matt Best and the way he's kind of structured his humor.
See, man, I was sitting where you guys are all sitting a few years ago, like 2.5 years ago. And I was doing the same thing. I was doing, entry level into Twitch and things like this. But I would host a lot of debates on my channel. And I had a lot of high profile guests that gave me some boost, which was good. That's why I don't mind doing that for other people. You know what I mean? Helps build their audience and this type of thing. But it was it was the same thing. And it's like, if you just get really good at your craft, man, you keep working at it, you basically are going to get where you're going. It's just that most people give up or they want the easy pass, so they start a fight where they really shouldn't. And You know, there's ways to go about it that are wise, and just most people, and most people are fucking boring. Let's face it. So there's
I'm
that
trying
too.
to make more allies than enemies right now. Like you made in the chat is the Joe Mobley show, and Joe Mobley was really big on Twitch, and he actually had a syndicated radio show for a while, and he got in the late unpleasantness he got nuked, and he's had to basically start over. So we're
well, you don't really need to take an adversarial position to people. You can just have kind of cool conversations and just leave it at that, right?
That's my deal. And I tell them, it's like, this is the Continental, right? No business gets done in the Continental. Like, you guys can argue, fight, tear each other up.
Is that a John Wick reference?
It is a John Wick reference.
Oh,
so,
okay. Well, that's fair.
So
that's
no
fair.
business done here. So, and I don't, if people start, nonsense, they have to go. They have to go away. Can't have that. So not that I want a boring show, but there's plenty of drama channels out there. There's so many that are it's just nuts. So I just prefer not to be involved in that, as much as
it would be better. It's better to, if I don't ever go seeking for drama, but it finds me. It's better. I think it's better if there's drama going on, that it's organic, based on who you are and the principles you espouse, rather than just trying to dig it up for the sake of having some. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So.
Well, yeah. I would never go out and look for. I don't seek drama. But it's not bad to kind of, and I do like on. If I go to other people's channels, I don't mind mixing it up, or having a good rowdy interaction. But it's just not what not really what I want to do here if I can. But that may change. May need to slack up a little bit. But for now, it seems to be working okay.
Well, you're gonna mix it up at some point. I mean, if you're in the content creation space, you're gonna mix it up. Yeah, you're gonna mix it up. It's gonna happen. It's just like like I enjoy the shit. People are like, let's have some Rose, or Andrew's bad, or look at this guy. He did what's the big one? He cheated on his ex-wife with his current wife and has 2 ghost children out there. All sorts of crazy ass shit, right?
I really like the number of legends that surround you.
They're pretty funny.
Lives you have, the number of children that you have or don't have or used to have or whatever. It's the legends that surround you are truly great. They're either like,
well, I'm not gonna lie and say that I don't feed some of that, right? Because I do, right? I do.
Some of them yourself.
Yeah, because I think it's fucking funny. You know what I mean? And it's like, where exactly does the truth lie? It's like, well, it's none of your fucking business, 1. And 2, wherever the truth does lie, it lies there from 20 years ago. So who gives a shit? You know what I mean? Yeah, 20 years ago, Andrew Wilson was a fucking degenerate fuck. Who cares? You know what I mean? Here's the metric, right? If you want to bring me down, you better find a picture of me sucking a guy's dick. Like that's about it. You better find a video of something gay. Yeah. You better find a video of something gay, or nobody cares if you're in your 20s and you bang some shit. Nobody gives a shit, dude. It's just like it's such a
banger.
It's such a piss poor attack avenue, and it's always been funny to me. But then the amount of information that comes to try to tie it all together to make you sound like you're the fucking evil incarnate it's hilarious. Honestly, it is. I mean, it is funny. You know what I mean?
It's great. It's almost weekly I hear something new about you or Brian.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Boulay is sending in another TTS. Again, you can't hear it because you're listening on.
Mr. Boulay and the Department of Numismatics donated $10 super chat. Grid.
I'm being
Stop
called out for
simping
simping.
already. You're a grown man. Turn in your man card immediately.
Apparently, I'm simping for Andrew here. No, I just think it's really interesting. To be honest with you, it's to be hated as well as much as you are, and I don't even know how many people actually hate you, but they certainly put a lot of time and effort into attempting to act like they hate you.
Well, there's a point that happens with creators. Brian's there. I'm there. A guy like Michael Knowles, the Daily Wire guys, Pearl Davis, Rolo Tomasi, Destiny Vaught. There comes a point where the content itself becomes something of an industry.
Yeah.
So like so many people buy the product or like the product that it becomes an industry into itself. So
sure.
These kind of counter industries start to spring up because, nobody likes it when somebody's doing well, right? So counter industries will kind of spring up in order to incessantly attack, but that's actually part of the main industry, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's still all part. It's still under the flagship of the same industry of the creator. And once the creator becomes an industry, the counter industry against the creator also is in the favor of the creator, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I mean? So, and by the way, like it would be really hard. I don't know how anybody can make the justification of Andrew bad. I mean, he just had these fucking DMs leak of Destiny saying that he wants to eat cum out of dudes' buttholes. Like that just seems. It just seems like the standard held to me is a little on the on the brutal side. Yeah.
I did know that he had said on camera that sometimes he just likes a hard throbbing cock.
Yeah, that's true, but I mean, dude, you can't even read these without throwing up, bro.
Yeah, I don't need to.
They're so bad, you couldn't even read them without throwing up, and it's just like, yeah.
I mean, he's gone full degen for sure. He's
well, no, he's always been full D. That's the thing, right? Is it's always the fucking degens who are going ham. It's always the degens who are mad and who are upset. And they're always overly psychologizing, like they think they know something, and it's like, you don't know anything. Shut up. You don't know shit.
That maybe why they project so hard into their political beliefs, like calling Trump this or that or whatever. Do you think it's a lot of projection because they know that's what they would do if they were in that position?
Well, no. Well, they don't have a leg to stand on. Like they don't give a shit about Trump being moral or immoral. They don't fucking care about that. They only care about policy prescriptions. They're just trying to use your standard against Trump.
Yeah.
We would hate him either way, right? But you should hate him because he's had extramarital affairs and this and that and blah blah blah. And it's like, yeah, that's all true, right? He has had extramarital affairs and he is a billionaire and he does plow a bunch of chicks and this and that. But in some ways, it makes the guy more real to the normal person, right? It's not just a persona, but almost the only thing that makes a protagonist interesting is if they're flawed, right?
Yeah, to a large degree, I think that's true. If he was like Mr. Nobody that lived on an island and just had all this money and came out of nowhere and was
I think Mitt Romney's image was hurt really bad, honestly, by the fact that he was a Mormon. And he basically, exalted this image of I've never done any wrong. Now, like a good counter argument to this would be like, yeah, but isn't that kind of an indictment on the culture? And yeah, I mean, I guess it would be, right? I mean, it is, right? That we would rather have the flawed protagonist than Mr. Perfect. But ultimately, I think that there's like this real component, this component of like, oh shit, this guy's a real person, he's not like a personification of just a set of values which can never be lived up to, but rather he's flawed and everything else, but he's doing the right thing anyway. And there's just something about that that's very appealing to people. You know what I mean? It's the old Batman argument. It's like, is this vigilantism actually good? Is Batman responsible for the villains? or is Batman the person who puts the villains away? Right? It's like it's this question of, but the idea here is like there's a serious flaw, and because there's a serious flaw, you can relate to it. That's why everybody hates Superman. Everybody likes Batman.
Did the better breed of crime fighter foster a better breed of criminal? That's a great argument. That's good. That's
well, no. Well, the thing is like, so Superman has no real weaknesses, right?
Yeah.
He just doesn't have any real weaknesses, and he's like kryptonite, this fucking extremely rare stone that can only be found from, strangely enough, his home planet. But that's it, right? Other than that, you can literally hit this guy with a nuclear bomb, and he just shrugs it off. It's like, well, and he's a Boy Scout who never does anything wrong. He doesn't kill anybody. Right. You know, he always makes the right choice. He's basically what's the Mary Sue, right? He's like the original Mary Sue, where you know he just like all the plot conveniences are there, and he never does anything wrong. He's always the Boy Scout, and he has no weaknesses. So he's fucking boring. He's boring, right? Yeah. And there's Batman, who's like, here's my tragic backstory. My parents died, so it's revenge. Yeah, it's all based around revenge and obsession, and I'm actually just as fucking crazy as the people that I hunt down, but you still kind of root for me because they're worse. And it's like, you know, that's the thing about a protagonist, right? Is that everybody wants to see theirs flawed. Yeah.
That's yeah, no, you're right. I mean, that's very true. And I think that I think the anti-hero is like a growing genre overall. So it's yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. I think
the anti-hero is a little different than the flawed protagonist. I mean, the anti-hero is basically a bad guy, but he's like lawful good. Like
lawful neutral,
he's really, really bad and does horrible things all the time. But just when they're a little too horrible, he might surprise you, type of thing. So
okay. That's fair enough.
Yeah, the anti-hero is a little different than that. So.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. I Batman was never my favorite. I like Superman. Okay. I don't know that I have a really like a truly like favorite superhero or comic book. I like the Phantom a lot. I like that story. And that was always cool. But I don't know that I ever really got into the rest. Thor, Iron Man. I never really got into Iron Man.
Yeah, well, I mean,
the billionaire guy.
Yeah, I mean, fuck Marvel anyway. Marvel sucks. Like,
yeah, okay, all right.
Let's be real.
I figured you were a Deadpool guy, 100%.
Not at all.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, not at all. The snarky humor and the third wall break. More of a Spawn guy. I like the Spawn thing.
Oh, Spawn.
That's better. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That I actually, no, I really like Spawn. That's a good story. That's a good story.
It is a good story. It is a good story. That's an actual anti-hero. Like, Spawn's Spawn's a really bad person who just happens to do the right thing in spite of himself. So
while we're talking this, I'm sure you've seen V for Vendetta, right?
Yeah.
Did you view that as from a leftist point of view, or?
Oh yeah, it's a completely leftist story. That's why the fucking all the leftist computer hackers use the mask, right?
Yeah.
All the what are they called? Anonymous. That's why they use the V for Vendetta mask. And the entire thing was about how, I mean, like, think about it. When he imprisons the chick that he's with, right? All of her love letters are about some lesbian relationship she was having, and how the state was persecuting her, and they essentially mixed Nazi imagery with religious imagery in order to show that Christians are basically evil fascists. Literally, the fingers and the symbol was literally a cross, which was subverted. With basically Nazi imagery. So no, the whole thing was a leftist paradigm about how the state had gone crazy and was persecuting all the good queer folk and all the good degens who are out there. In fact, it opens with like the main, and this is the guy's played by Tim Curry, right? And he's like the propaganda of ministry, or the minister of propaganda, essentially. And Tim Curry is going, yes, we remember putting away the evil, the homosexuals. You know, they put as much venom in his voice as they possibly could, right?
Yeah.
So they did kind of everything to mark this around the idea that religion is fascism, that they're going to oppress you, they're going to lock up all the gay people, they're going to torture them, they're going to experiment on them, and so that was the entire, you know, it's just nerd revenge porn again.
Yeah. No, that's it exactly. It was very interesting, though, the lengths that they went to make that story as bad as it was. But it's still there. But it still comes down to a man who can't show his face because it's burned horribly, who was experimented on, of course, to save them all. It's very interesting.
Well, and also to throw back to this revolutionary act, which had nothing to do with people wanting to have a non-degenerate society, but rather people who didn't want their purses pinched, right? So it's like they really went out of their way to instill the most left-wing kind of egalitarian, like even. This movie basically starts with the idea that this broad, who's a reporter, she's just trying to get answers from the evil government. You know, there's a curfew for reasons nobody ever explains.
Caught out late.
Yeah. So she's caught out late by two fingermen, right? Mm-hmm. Which is saying basically, oh, we're part of the hand of the state, right? We're two fingermen. We're part of the hand. This is the idea here. And what's the first thing they're going to do? Of course, right? Because they're such crazy, frothing, foaming at the mouth lunatics. The first thing they're going to do is sexually assault her, right? Until in comes our nerd bucket LGBTQ loving friend with his daggers to slice them up, and it's just like, the whole thing was fucking gross. It was a gross leftist propaganda for sure.
Yeah, I had a discussion with someone who felt like it was like a libertarian sonnet, basically. I was like, there's nothing libertarian about that. That's crazy.
I mean, it mixed some libertarian idealism, you know, but you have to mix in some things, some kind of like meat on the bone for the other side in order to make it believable. You know, you can't just be like, well, everybody who has this stink is an evil fucking psychopathic foaming at the mouth rapist, right? You can't, that's not an easy sell. So you have to mix a few things in order to make it palatable.
Yeah. That's cool, man. There's something about that movie that really annoys me every time I watch it. So, which I don't.
Yeah, stop watching it.
Yeah. To the TV sometimes. Actually, I don't actually watch TV at all anymore. It's really weird. I don't even know why I have one. But
well, I mean, you know, it may come in handy one day.
Yeah, one day, maybe. Who knows? My kids get to use it. That's what it's for, really. So, but have you been doing anything interesting outside of streaming lately? I mean, have you been able to get out? I have sat my ass down on my couch for like 2 days straight now and played video games and completely and totally forgot about the streaming world. I just put out a few bangers on Twitter and that's it. That's so awesome. That's so awesome.
Yeah,
that's very cool, man.
It's like you just don't want to decompress sometimes. So like tomorrow I don't think I'm going to stream. I don't think I'm going to stream again until Sunday. Honestly, I'm going to take a nice solid stretch of 3 straight days off, and I'll take my wife out. Take my wife out tomorrow and have a night out, and then Sunday I'll be back for whatever after church, right?
Yeah, I think you absolutely should do that. As a matter of fact, I will be streaming tomorrow evening again, same time frame, and you're welcome to stop by with Mrs. Wilson, because Mrs. Wilson is always probably more welcome than you are, just because she's funny and you're
Fucking jerk. Fucking jerk. Hurts my feelings. Hurts
you
my
know,
feelings.
we only had one feeling left, so how could I? There's not much to lose.
Yeah, but you heard it, bro.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
If you only have one left, isn't it more precious because there's only one?
No,
Isn't
you didn't need it.
I think so.
You sacrifice all the rest of them.
Mhm.
So,
well, and then next month I'm flying back to California mid-month.
oh yeah.
And I'll be flying back in only a couple of days before Christmas, so it's still a busy schedule. So I'm just gonna kind of like squeeze some time in or time off where I can.
That sounds like a great idea. I've been working a lot, and I think probably after Christmas I'm probably going to take like a month off, and I mean I'll still stream, but I'm not going to do anything else, I don't think.
Yeah.
So,
well, that's all you can do, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all you can do. You can only do what you can do. So
yeah, we've got so many irons in the fire right now. It's hard to even keep track of them all, which is something that should be normal, but is it's bugging me now. Yeah, I see Chris Lestrange is bugged off to verbal combat once again, so that's okay. I did verbal.
Well, I'm gonna get out of here too, man. I just wanted to pop on and say hi and see how you were doing. It's been a while since I've just kind of busted into your stream, so.
Yeah, no, it's great, man. I really appreciate it, and I'm glad that you're getting some rest and some downtime, and I'm glad that things are going well for you, man. I'm really happy that everything's going as well for you as it is. Really am.
Well, yeah. Well, we're in election season. I have a target the size of the Death Star on my back. We'll see how it goes, bro.
Yeah,
so,
you're going to be fine.
Yeah.
So.
All right, man. I'll talk to you.
You have a great rest of your evening. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Andrew Wilson exits stage right, of course. All right, guys, I got some super chats here to read. $2 came in from the Nublet. Shit. Yeah, I like that one, man. I like that one. And then we had K2, keep on trucking. He sent in $2. Here to your grift. Grid 1. All right, appreciate that. The grift goes on, guys. Except for Anson Knowles. Anson Knowles is seems to be refusing my grift. It's okay. It's okay. Don't hold that against him. And it's been good. All right, so that was awesome and unexpected. I'm gonna we've already done the one from Mr. Boulay. Arthur Dye, I see you out there in the chat. No, we could not have changed subject. Destiny's depravity was the subject at hand. We did eventually change the subject. Ghost, 1978. Andrew, thanks for the entertainment. Well, he's gone now. Apologize about that. When you wrecked Lasagna Killa on Speakeasy's channel, I'm sure you enjoyed it too. Laugh my effing ass off. Thank you for the $5. Yeah, I'm sure you had a good time with that. I see the Thorpes rated. Welcome to the Thorpe crew. Welcome, guys. We're gonna. I've just got to burn through these super chats here really quick, and as soon as I get caught up, of course, $10 from Tiki Tac came in. Andrew kept talking over that, but that's okay. Gay people secretly want to be locked up and experimented on. I'm not sure that that's true, but hey, man, it's his TTS. He gets to have his opinion, and we're not going to stop him. Again, welcome to all of the people from Grace Thorpe's chat. I don't know if the Thorpes are in here, but if they are, welcome to you as well. we will. We're now going to get into the actual show. Should be good. Let's see. By the way, I really appreciate Andrew coming on. Andrew pops in every once in a while. It's always a good time, and it's always just kind of this hit and run sort of thing. And I really appreciate it every single time he does it. One of the things that I've learned in life over the short time that I've been on the earth is people don't have to be nice, but it's really awesome when they are, and you should appreciate it if you're the benefactor of them being nice. And Andrew doesn't have to come on here. He doesn't have to sit and just shoot the breeze with me for a while, and that's the way it is. Not really sure. Let's see what we got here. I'm not really sure what you're talking about there. Carpenter's Journey, but it's a real stream. All right, guys. So I was going to start off the show. We're a little behind, but that's okay. I was going to start off the show by telling a story. I had a discussion with a friend of mine today, a young man that worked for me when I had the race team. He's actually a really good guy. He has had a very interesting upbringing, and he really had a he's had a hard life. I think a lot of people have had a hard life, and that's not really the reason that we're going to talk about him. But it was a conversation I had with him today about how he's getting a little up there in years. Not a young kid anymore. I don't know. I mean, he's only had a few relationships. Most of them have been a couple of 3 years ago, maybe 5 years ago, when he was working in Asia. He was a teacher doing ESL stuff, English to Korean and Taiwanese students. And he dated over there a little bit. And I think he had a pretty serious relationship that still kind of bugs him. He won't really talk about it that much, which is fine. But one of the things is that he's trying to date, American girls now. And man, he is just nuts. He's like, it's just crazy. Doesn't know what's going on, why it's so hard and all that kind of stuff. And we really had to go into some of the specifics of why it's tough here in the U.S. One of the reasons, I think, is obviously the mythology that's involved in dating, especially where he's from. He lives in Indiana, so it's kind of a unique environment anyway. And just talking to him today, man, it was almost depressing. It's like, dude, fuck over it. And one of the things I did tell him is he's probably going to have to date younger because girls his age are probably going to be just not very good for him. Arthur Dyer, that's a good point. I'll address that in a moment. Let me throw that up there. I'll get to that in just a moment, Arthur Dyer. Thank you for that. That's a good point, but we will talk about that. One of the things I think that he's struggling with right now is this idea that women mature faster than men, and I don't believe that that's true. I believe what the reality is that women are more socially adept, but still very immature earlier than men. Men tend to be more socially awkward, and some never stop being socially awkward, but are emotionally and mentally far more mature. And and it's an interesting thing. It's an interesting dichotomy because for some reason, and I'm not really sure why, the women in America especially have always been taught that they mature faster than men. They're smarter earlier than men. And I don't believe in that. I think that the science, I believe the science backs that up. K2, I see that, man. You were supposed to have a date and got stood up. Yeah. Dude, it's rough, man. It's rough. So, and you know, he and I had this very long discussion about how, I say very long, it was probably a half hour, about how women, because of the way they're treated, especially by their parents and by the society, tend to be very socially adept, very skilled moving socially and talking to people and interacting with people, and just having this you know, kind of feeling about it, about people way earlier than men do, because he still feels like he's socially awkward. And to be honest with you, I don't believe that he'll ever not be socially awkward. We'll get to that, Anson Knowles. Hey, guys, what time is it? Mods, we can start getting some people ready to come up. And somebody DM Glenn Lawrence the link. I meant to, but I forgot. So if a mod can DM Glenn the link, that'd be great. If he's still awake, he's probably asleep. So first of all, let me address what Arthur Daya said. Yes, life is rough, guys. It is rough, and it's rough in every aspect of your life. It's not just dating. It's just not work. It's just everything's tough. What's up, Bob? I see you out there. And Arthur Dye says, I've never heard someone say, yeah, I had a real cushy life. I slid into my job and I lucked out with business. Now you will see, you might hear one of those, but you're probably not going to hear all of them all at the same time. And there's a reality to that. Thank you, Mr. Boulay. I see that. I see what you're putting down over there. So I told my buddy, his name's Pat, by the way. Pat, if you're watching, pay attention. I told Pat earlier today, I was like, hey man, you need to, first of all, he has a really interesting and cool career job, whatever you want to call it. He has something awesome going on. And I feel like that, without a whole lot of effort, he's going to be able to get, honestly, if he wants a girl, he can get a girl. I don't think that's the issue. I think he's wanting a very specific type of girl. And I think that's harder because he wants a more traditional, not innocence, not really the right word, more whatever. He's wanting a more traditional girl and soft maybe, and not a, just some of the boss babes that we have today. And I don't know that he's going to be able to find him one of those because women aren't taught to be those anymore. And second, even if they are, by the time they're his age, and I want to say he's like 38, maybe 39, maybe he's a little younger than that. I don't remember. By the time they're his age, they're on their like second divorce, so he's really kind of out of luck. And I told him he's going to have to date younger, and he's going to have to be willing to churn through a bunch of, he may have to, say no to a lot of women before he finds one that's worth hanging on to. But why is it, guys, girls, ladies, gentlemen, why is it that women are constantly told that they're smarter than men, that they are, that they're smarter than men, that they're more, they mature earlier, they're, all of these things. Why is that? Anson Knowles, why is that?
Why do people perceive women as more mature than women are more socially capable than men are at an earlier age, like you said, but some of it is how do I put it? They're not the ones that have to do things in order to initiate the relationship. They can be lazy about it and chase.
Sure.
And when
I agree
younger,
100%.
Yeah, when they're younger, especially, so it makes them look like they're more well prepared for the situation because all they have to do is just sit
Show up.
there and yeah. And so they're not having to tap dance. People like me, even though I'm 6 feet tall and make good money or whatever, I still have to, make the chicks laugh and stuff in order to make their panties drop. And chicks never had to do that.
Hanson over here talking about making panties drop, ladies and gentlemen. You just can't get this anywhere else. You just don't get it anywhere else. Anson Knowles, folks, talking panty dropping over here. That's awesome. That's good times. That's a growth industry. Have you had it tough in life, Anson? I'm just kind of curious.
No, I'm a spoiled rich kid who thought he knew everything and had to learn life lessons the hard way after I decided to become an adult when I was like 15 and realized that maybe I should have just, continued being coddled for a few more years before I went out and got lumped in the head a few times on my own. I don't know if that's the right way to put it. Yeah, I'm just a spoiled rich kid, Grid. I'm nothing special.
I'm curious because this is where I'm not going to tell you what I think. I don't want to call your opinion. I'm curious, though. What do you think about, or pardon me, what's your perception of how men, and I'm talking most men, I'm not talking about the outliers that go to band camp every year and all that kind of nonsense. I'm talking about, young men going to school, they want to go to college, they want to have a good life. How do you see their lives going versus a young lady in the same sort of situation?
The difference between the genders in terms of expectations, like men have
not expectations, what they're going to do, like, right? So you just said, if I heard you right, you said that you left home at a young age and had to, or maybe not left home, but you had to work outside the home at a young age. You had to do things. You had to be, there was a specific thing that you had to do, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've been working. I haven't been unemployed since I was 19, but I started working when I was 15 and
sure,
pretty much on my own. But yeah, no, the difference. I mean, the men and women are the same in that, it's all about the amount of work that you put into it. It doesn't really matter if they go to college or how they achieve or whatever. You can not go to college and be a man and be successful, and you can not go to college and be a woman and be successful. There's really no difference between the genders in terms of their success in life. It's just a matter of how much work they're willing to put into it. If they want to spend a decade grinding and getting to a place where they're comfortable, or if they want to sit back and complain about the system being rigged against them. Men are in danger of doing that now because a lot of them are sitting out thinking, well, it's hard to get women. What's the point in trying? Inflation's really high. That's super dangerous because, if you're in your 20s and you're a guy and you're not grinding, something's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
20s are the time that you're supposed to be working 12 hours a day. You're supposed to, and women don't really have to do that as much, but I've seen a bunch of them that do. I mean, there's some, so it's not really.
Yeah, Arthur Daya's, cringing in the chat saying she had the same expectations. She started working at 15, was expected to support myself and pay for college once I moved out at 18. Yeah. So, she's saying that she was treated as an adult very early on too. But my observation, and it's just my observation, guys, this is not gospel. This is not science. This isn't even a science experiment. My observation is that while everyone I knew growing up worked, correct, right? But it was the type of job that they worked. Most of the young ladies in my, well, I went to a military school, so there weren't any young ladies, but prior to that, when I was in high school, when I was at the 1 year I was in public high school, most of the young ladies that I knew that worked with their parents at their parents' place of business or job. They worked in a department store. Maybe they worked fast food. They did something that I would not consider to be particularly hard work, right? I'm sure it has its moments, but for the most part, lifting a stack of sweaters and moving them from one table to another just doesn't seem like quite a Herculean task. And most of the young men I knew, if they could get a job, because to be honest with you, there just aren't that many jobs for 15-year-old dudes or 16-year-old dudes or 17-year-old dudes. Just aren't that many jobs. So if they could get a job, it was store clerk, stock boy, bus boy in a restaurant, landscaping, a lot of landscapers, that kind of thing. I'm not saying not some of them didn't have cushy jobs, but working at the pool as a lifeguard, I always thought that'd be a cool job. I never got to do it, but I thought it'd be a cool job. And I just feel like that it's I just don't see it being quite the same. And I feel like that my observation is that young men generally had to a higher level of expectation than young women did, right? It's just my observation. I'm going to read this. A man is not considered a man for just being born. He's got to have an empire. Then you say, oh, he's mature. I think there's some truth to that. Kiss me. I'm not familiar with you. Are you from the Thorpe's chat, or did you just wander in? Are you part of the Crucible? I am actually part of the Crucible. I just I don't go there very much anymore. I should. Yeah, I know Rivergate Mall. That's Nashville, baby. Yeah, what's up? Yeah, all right. I don't know. I just think it's interesting, and the whole deal behind this is, I think my buddy's expecting women to be on his level, and I think he's in trouble. Also, he's really wanting this this ideal that I don't know that currently exists. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, if he's searching for a traditional woman and he's in his late 30s, he's in a world of hurt, because them women don't exist in that demographic.
Yeah, that's what I told him. I told him that wanting a look, and he didn't come out and say traditional, but everything that he said is basically he wants a traditional, but because he's not particularly religious, but not particularly, he wants a traditional, doesn't care about religious or not woman that, kind of brings him peace, help, he doesn't care if she works, whatever. So I don't know. He's honestly, he's asking for something he should have asked for when he was 20. But when he was 20, he was too busy traveling the country, working, getting educated, doing all kinds of things. And he's highly trained to be highly trained, but and just a genius. Honestly, he's like a genius level guy with automotive electronics.
If he wants, does he want the woman to be attractive? Because he could probably get an ugly woman that fits that ugly fat woman. Anson
goes right to the ugly one. That's funny. Yeah, I don't know if it exists.
Yeah, I mean, he might be able to find one in her 20s that's, wanting a baby or whatever. It's kind of eager to start her life and sees him as an established man. He might be able to go down that route, but, he'd be harpooning.
Yeah. So what Arthur Daya obviously comes in, because Arthur Daya is already spazzing out in the chat because, this is like her sore spot. Does he make enough to support a wife being at home, pay for 2 to 3 kids, and a house with enough bedrooms for said kids? That's a great question. I think he currently has a house. I don't know how big it is. So he has a house. He makes really good money right now, like really pretty good. I don't know that he really wants kids. He was adopted, so he's weird about that conversation. And I don't know how many bedrooms his house has. So does that help? And really, I'm not talking about my specific friend. I'm really trying to put this out there as do we as grown ass men and women talking about this, because this is a subject that I think is pretty pretty common, right? I mean, even you're to some degree going through this, right, Anson?
I'm in my early 40s, very early 40s, and so his demographic isn't too much different than mine in terms of the dating market. And
sure,
if I were emotionally ready to date, which I'm not, I'd be having trouble.
Mobley, get up here.
So yeah, and what he wants though is a woman that's got some traditional values that will bring peace, but doesn't necessarily want kids, but isn't that religious. I mean, he's looking for like this is like the women on whatever talking about wanting a man with tons of money that's tall and is athletic. When you get right down to it, statistically, what he's looking for is such a small number.
Sure.
I mean, he might be able to get it, but I mean, he'd have to go to like Costa Rica or something.
Do you consider a trad wife as a stay-at-home mom or just a traditional woman?
I consider it to be an internet term that isn't relevant to reality.
I like that, but I don't really use it in an internet term manner. What am I missing something?
Well, no, I outside of the space of like the red pill versus like, the other communities where I've never really heard that term used in, the real world. And so for me, like a trad wife is just somebody that stays at home with the kids and, kisses the husband when he comes home and takes his shoes off and rubs his feet and tells him how great it was that he came home and how she appreciates him and then, shuts up the rest of the night. And it don't really exist, I mean, that's what I think when I hear trad wife. But what I see on the internet is a bunch of women clout chasing and trying to act like there's something that needs to get attention, which isn't anything new or different. It's just women seeking attention.
So I have maybe I'm describing something that's kind of a hybrid, but when I think of a trad, first of all, there's never been a point in history where women have not worked. I really dislike that idea that it's a woman that doesn't work. I think that's a fairy tale that modernity allows you to believe in, because there's no fucking way women didn't work. Just watch an old Western and watch them out there, doing the laundry. That shit was hard. So,
well, and I use that loosely, right? So
I understand, but it's like, all right. So, and I was actually thinking about this the other day because, all right, so one of the things I did in my garage last year, I can't do it this year because I changed my setup in my garage and the TV doesn't work anymore. But when I would work in my garage, I would put on the old TV show channel and I would watch MASH and Gunsmoke and Andy Griffith. And I was watching Andy Griffith, Sheriff Andy Taylor, right? Mayberry, RFD. And I think most women in that show worked, right? Even Andy's girlfriend worked as the druggist, right? Or the teacher. He dated both. You know, I don't know. I don't know that I understand. I don't know that I can understand I don't understand what being a traditional woman or a trad woman, whatever, has to do with whether or not they work a job.
Well, it's not work in the sense that they don't work. It's work that is not in service to what the husband wants, right? So if she's working just because she wants to be a boss babe and lord over a bunch of guys,
I think that's
work
an attitude, right? Like
Yeah,
boss.
well-
So you know, you can have somebody that works that isn't a boss babe, especially in the home.
yeah,
The-
but
Arthur Dyer, your history's fucked. I'm sorry. Women started working outside the home in the 1920s, and it never stopped. It never stopped. Actually, it started working in the home much earlier, but it got much broader in the 1920s and the 1930s and 40s. You can blame World War II for this. Women working outside the home was an even larger event, and only not all households could have a stay-at-home mom, although it was in most cases less expensive to have the woman stay at home and do the things that you would pay somebody to do, like the laundry or whatever, because, you know, not everybody had a washing machine.
So just for definitional purposes, my concept of a trad wife is my grandmother's.
Okay.
So neither one of them worked outside the home.
Okay.
And one of them had a job which was being the bookkeeper for my grandfather's business.
Mm-hmm.
And basically being his secretary. And the other grandmother was just a spoiled brat who didn't ever have to work.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah. So you know, from my perspective, you know, trad wife is the one who does service to the husband. And if he says, go get a job, then you go get a job because that's what your husband's telling you to do. It's more of a mindset. It's not necessarily not working, but it's working if the husband gives you permission.
So I agree. I agree to some extent with that, but let me throw this one at you. So my grandmother, both of my grandmothers, worked, and my grandmother was actually a kind of a Rosie the Riveter. She actually worked on bombers for a time in World War II because she was small enough to get in the tail sections and do the riveting back there, and then she got upgraded, I guess, to being a clerk, and then she ended up working as a type of clerk most of the rest of her life, you know, in various government offices. So, and my grandfather also worked. They were ridiculously faithful to each other, as near as I can tell, and they were married until he passed, and they went to the same church for about 60 years, 70 years, something like that. My grandmother actually probably went to that church for 70 years. And I'm having trouble. I have trouble reconciling some of the things that people talk about being traditional, because it was very traditional for for like my grandmother to be, you know, for women to work in my household. And I'm not a stellar example, though. I'm using that as, like, you know, a lot of anecdotal stuff. Silvar Ogre Rosie quit after 2 weeks because it was physically demanding. No, Rosie bucked up, man. I actually really think it's hilarious how it worked out in the war. But there was remember, they were highly motivated to do that. They weren't doing it because they needed 10 cents, although I guess some of them did. But yeah.
Well, a lot of the trad wife thing is like cosplaying what it was like when life was more difficult. That's what I mean by the it's an internet phenomenon. Like it's not.
I like that. I like that. I do think it is cosplaying.
Yeah,
I do think it is cosplaying.
It's not genuine because people lived the way they did 50 and 60 and 70 and 100 years ago because they had to survive. And we're so damn spoiled now that all we can do is look back on it with some sort of nostalgia that's misplaced because we don't have the same cultural references today that they did, and that we don't have the same understanding of what life is and how difficult it was, even before the internet.
Silvar is talking about the actual Rosie the Riveter. Yeah, Silvar, I don't know the story of the actual Rosie the Riveter. I just know that my grandmother worked in a factory building bombers for a while, and then at some point they moved her to being some kind of government clerk. She was a clerk. So not really sure why. Yeah. 33 cigarettes, that's probably true. I could agree with that. So the interesting thing, Anson, because I didn't actually intend to get in the weeds on traditional woman. I made an assumption that most people, so my definition of a traditional woman is simply one that gets married, is a wife, acts like a wife, and her husband, she follows her husband's leadership through the marriage. And whether she works or not is totally irrelevant because women have worked throughout history. I think it's disingenuous and selective memory to try and make it seem like all of a sudden women are working. I think that's ridiculous, borders on regarded, and can't get there from here. But at the same time, I think, or pardon me, not at the same time, but I think what the real issue is constantly is that women are being told that they're better than men. In some ways they are. I could go with that. How do I put this without being a dick? Maybe I'll just be a dick. Yeah, maybe I'll just be the dick. Look, to me, being traditional is being patriarchal. It has nothing to do with whether or not you have a job, right? It has nothing to do with the man, going out and killing himself, working all day to come back and hopefully be taken care of by his wife, although that is certainly appreciated. Women don't create life, they carry life. That's how that works. So Andrew said that you were not traditional because you work, but no, you're not traditional because you don't have a husband, because you chose work over getting married early in life. Andrew's wife has written a book. I'm assuming that there's some work that went into that, right? But she took care of her children. She had children. She did get married, and she's not even, there's ways that she could be considered not in traditional, but not everyone is going to fit the cookie cutter mold. However, you can't in one hand say, I'm going to go out and put my career above everyone. And I've heard you say so many times, Arthur Daya, that you felt like you had to because if you got married, the man might leave you. Well, you don't have to worry about a man leaving you because you never got married. And so therefore all you have is your job. And that's fine. I mean, hey, whatever makes you happy. I'm actually not criticizing you here. I'm simply pointing out the facts that the facts that there are. I'm glad that you support your mom. I think everybody should. I'm helping with my mom now, but no, come on, Arthur Daya. Let's not mince words here, right? You yourself has said that you made a choice to not get married because you didn't want to count on a husband. That's actually the biggest part of being a traditional woman, wife, whatever, is that you follow a man's lead and you trust in his direction, right? That's just the way of it. Anson, do you have any input on that?
I mean, this is so what you were saying about the women, you know, and the fact that work is irrelevant, and I agree with that, and that's kind of why I brought up the frame of reference of what I considered trad, which was my grandparents and my grandmother having actually done work as a bookkeeper and secretary and so forth. But as for Arthur Daya's point, yeah, Arthur Daya, I feel awful for you because, you know, you basically skipped over the most valuable part of being a woman, which is giving birth to children and, you know, being a wife. And, you know, and in terms of the things that add value to your life, I mean, that's more valuable than being a doctor from my perspective. I mean, I could have done a lot more in college had I not been, you know, working full time to support a child and whatnot. And probably
you had kids early, right, Anson?
Oh yeah, very early. I was 20.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was life rough for you?
Oh yeah. I had to work tons, a bunch of different jobs on top of a normal job, plus going to college. I mean, it was rough, and I was doing all of that while supporting my wife at the time, who didn't have to work. Because that's how I view what a relationship should be. Mm-hmm. And it did not work.
Right.
And it didn't work mostly because of my own immaturity, and lack of proper male guidance when I was younger. I needed more male guidance, more men to tell me what it was I did and didn't need to do, and kick me in the butt when I wasn't listening.
Yeah. Angel Berber says something really, really insightful here. It is about mindset that drives your actions. A traditional, he has it in parentheses here, or actually, I guess quotations, woman works to support family out of duty to husband and family, not for self-aggrandizing. Boss women, I guess, hang on, sorry. I got distracted. Do their career for themselves or for themselves. And that's very true. And I think that really is the crux of the boss man. And I'm kind of going into this because, you know, my buddy Pat is, you know, obviously he's online all the time now because that's everybody is. And he's seeing the red pill stuff, and he's seeing the, you know, all of this stuff that people his age are being inundated with. And I'm trying to keep him on that straight and narrow, you know, trying to keep him to where he, you know, he's, where he can see the road ahead, right? And not let him fall into being, you know, bitter or vicious or any of those things. And again, it's hard because he's not religious. His parents are it's weird. His parents are religious. He is not. He is adopted. And you know, so there's some stuff there. and he has some mental hangups about having kids and that sort of thing. So he has pluses and minuses all across the board. But bottom line, to be honest, I feel like I told him today. I literally told him that he needs to, first of all, he needs to date younger, and he's going to probably he needs to expect to have to put in a lot of work on the front end to not have a lot of trouble on the back end. And that work is basically going to consist of making sure that what he expects out of his future girlfriend is pretty clearly defined up front. Hey, Mrs. Flo is in the chat. Thorpe TV, welcome, Grace or Ben. I think that's Grace. Got a membership. Awesome. Glad you were here. K2 got a membership, man. Appreciate that. That's awesome. Yeah, Intel Wild getting that membership, man. Gifting those out, bro. I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Intel Wild. Everybody give that dude some W's. Get that guy some W's in the chat. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. So Flow State did not get a membership. He must already have one, or he has it turned off like Arthur Daya does. And guys, I'm for newcomers to the chat, I am not picking on Arthur Daya. Arthur Daya, gets she's a like a half-hearted feminist or something. I don't know. Non-Fun is in the house. Welcome good to see you, sir. Good to see you. Montero. Hey, man, Non-Fun, you got a membership. Good to see you out there. Yeah, look at that. Kevin Miracle's in the house. Man, we have some superstars up in here watching tonight. That's awesome. Really good. Really good.
We should give them a heated debate about something, Grid. Since we got a start group in the chat there. You wanna argue with me about something?
Yeah, I don't really go hard at Arthur Daya. I just call her on her feminist leanings. She tries to constantly say that she is not a feminist, and yet she will say feminist things, and it's like when the dog is like sniffing and turning in the circle, and you have to get them early and smack them on the nose so they don't, because otherwise you know what's going to happen. So anyway,
yeah.
What's up, Non-Fun? Are you in the chat? Are you paying attention? You listening? So
Arthur Daya just needs a good man to make her honest.
Arthur Daya does need a good man to make her honest. Unfortunately, she'd have to slow down long enough. Maybe. It doesn't mean they are in the chat. I thought that if they got a gifted membership, it meant that they are watching the show and in the chat. Very interesting. The Thorpes weren't here. Interesting. They got a membership anyway. How do they get a membership if they're not here?
Yeah, I've done that before on channels with really low viewership. There was a new channel that got monetized that had low viewers, and I gave them a huge amount of gifted memberships, and it was pulling in all the people that had been in.
Because they're subbed to the channel. There you go. Could be that very thing, guys. Yeah, we have a lot of members viewing, so I think if you're subbed up, that's probably what happens. Gotcha. Anson Knowles is the sub and the dom all in one. That's true.
Yeah, I've played both.
Mr. Boulay is throwing out a super chat. Let's see if it triggers it. It may wait until all of these memberships go through before it triggers. So just stand by, Mr. Boulay.
Looks like it's waiting.
Oh, man, I am stiff tonight. I don't know why. Where is Glenn Lawrence? He must have fallen asleep. Why are you not up here, Joe Mobley? I know you got the link.
Well, Glenn Lawrence had a good stream on earlier with Michelle the DJ.
Saw that. Saw how he was. I saw how he was rolling.
And you were right. Yeah, that debate with Scott, the Fabian libertarian, and Non-Fawn, that was really super interesting because Non-Fawn looked like he was about to glaze over with all those.
I know, right? It was so great, and that was it. Was what was funny is I think Non-Fawn came into it thinking that it was going to be a slugfest, a bunch of clippable moments and everything, and it became Philosophy 101, and I loved it. Angel Berber, grid 1, there are consequences for self-aggrandizing motivations, and women in that mindset are learning these consequences. Men have had to deal with the consequences as well for total self-aggrandizing. That is true. Mobley, your Christmas lights will wait. The show will not. You can set aside your evil ways and get it going here. Somebody was asking something. Glenn streams in weird times. I don't really know why he does that. I think it's just his sleep schedule is so messed up. But yeah, Sister Katie rhythms must be like doing the bongos or something. Part of it's because he's in California. He's on the other side of the country. We are grifting. Let's get some grift going.
Yeah, you get a super chat big enough, and I'll take off my shirt.
No, we're not. No, can't do that.
Or I could take off my shirt.
Then it becomes OF.
You could get super chats to have me put my shirt back on.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, here comes Mr. Boulet's super chat, finally.
Mr. Boulet and the Department of Numismatics donated $10 super chat. This super chat is sponsored by Tactical Soap, a Grondike soap company. Try our new scent Arthrodia. Made with pumice and coal ash. Some feminism is harder to scrub out.
Some feminism is harder to scrub out. That is awesome. That is awesome, Mr. Boulet. Mr. Boulet, you win. You win today. That is awesome. Very good. That is very good. That's funny, man. That's funny. Yeah. All right. So, Anson, what do you think about how women are or have been told in America for the past 30 years, 40 years maybe, that they mature faster than men?
Well, I would assume that it gives them a false sense of superiority and that their judgment is better than men in situations when it may not be. It just feeds into the whole system that we have now set up where women think that they can be in charge and not men. It's just another part of that process. I'm not super, I guess fixated on that aspect of it. I've never really thought about it before, to be honest with you. It's a new thing for me to mull over. I have personally experienced, women telling me that they were more mature than men, and I just didn't even regard what they were saying because I didn't trust what they were saying to begin with on any of the other things that they were talking about. So I don't know.
So I guess I was using this example along with my buddy's story. Do you think it's because feminism has to have superiority. It can never be equal, because equal is not good enough.
Well, I mean, the politics of division, result in that, right? I mean, you have, there's been the same problem with racial division and socioeconomic division and gender division, and now, sexual orientation division, where one thinks that they're better than the other. That's just part of tribalism. So, I mean, yeah, I'm assuming that that's definitely an aspect of it.
So I have this quote by Robert Heinlein. You're familiar with Heinlein, I'm sure. You probably love Heinlein.
Yeah, his middle name's Anson.
It is actually. Did you know that he is considered by many to be the father of modern libertarianism?
Yeah, well, he's well quoted in the libertarian community. The Moon is a Harsh Mistress is a very well-known libertarian novel that he wrote.
Okay, good. So have you ever read, or pardon me, have you ever read any of his quotes about women? They're really fascinating.
I think I saw you drop one in the chat yesterday in Scott's channel.
Yeah. Well, I dropped like 3 of them, but it was great. So here's one I want you to dwell on for a second. Men are expendable. Women and children are not. A tribe or a nation can lose a high percentage of its men and still pick up its pieces and go on, as long as the women and children are saved. But if you fail to save the women and children, you've had it. You're done. You're through. You join Tyrannosaurus Rex, one more breed that bilged its final test. What do you think about that?
Well, that's in line with one of my personal arguments that I use against women in the draft. Because there are biological differences between men and women that necessitate men going to war and women staying behind, because one man can impregnate 10 women and have children.
Yes.
And when hypergamy exists, if half the male population passes away, then those women will choose from, the men that are available, and I'll get pregnant the ones that want to. But if you deplete half of the female population, you're going to have a serious birth decline on your hands when the war is over. And that's exactly and that was a concept explained to me by a chief master sergeant in the Air Force when he was talking about the reasons why there are actual practical reasons for women not to be in the draft. And that's exactly it.
Yeah, man, I agree with that. But I also agree that women often don't act in their own self-interest, and therefore they, to some degree, have to be protected from basically self-harm.
That one's a little more difficult for me to believe.
Okay.
But I'd say that they act in their own self-interest, but how they define self-interest isn't in the better interest of the community, and men are more capable of determining what's in the better interest of the community than women, because women seek security instead of freedom generally, and men seek freedom.
Okay. How about this one? I've got this one for you. This one actually is more in line with what we're talking about, but I like the Tyrannosaurus Rex one so much. It's so good. Oh, yeah. Whenever women have insisted on absolute equality with men, they have invariably wound up with the dirty end of the stick. What they are and what they can do makes them superior to men. And their proper tactic is to demand special privileges all the traffic will bear. They should never settle merely for equality. For women, equality is a disaster.
Yeah, so what he's saying is that women are superior to men, and that when they're ignorant of that, they seek to be equal with men. And that's beautiful, because I honestly believe that. That's why traditionally women are elevated and revered in society for what they do, which is make the society continue to exist.
Mhm.
They're the womb for your entire culture, and they are special, more special than men. Men are expendable. You don't want
Correct.
your women equal to men. That's right.
Sure. And I actually can agree with what Heinlein says there. I do believe that women are special creatures. I think that they do need to be protected, and they do deserve special privileges. Um, but those are not the same as men. Would you
Yeah,
agree with?
men. Yeah,
Would you
oh yeah,
agree with?
men. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, men's privileges are their are their duty. They're
Right. Right. Yeah.
we build everything. We make the society function,
Hmm.
and they're the beneficiaries. And
Hmm.
I'm down with that. Yeah.
So how did so? And this has been really interesting because if you tell if you tell the average person that if you give the average person this quote, they will freak out and instantly be angry because in their mind this is saying that women are superior to men in every way and so on and so forth. When that's not actually what it's saying. It's really what it's saying is women are acting stupidly. Women are demanding to be equal to men when what they are and always have been is technically superior to men. They just dislike the way that they are superior to men and the handling and behavior that comes along with it. Would you agree with that? Do you think?
Yeah, I don't know if superior is the right way to put it, but I
I'm
mean,
using his word.
yeah. But in the way, in the context he's using it, it makes sense.
Sure.
But it's extraordinarily anti-feminist and at the same time very pro-female.
Right.
So it's a contradiction for modern society to hear that. Absolutely. But I'm so far down the anti-feminist path that I don't even flinch when I hear that. I'm just like, hell yeah, way to go, Robert.
But do you know what you don't hear there is that they are in positions of authority. What you're not reading there is that they are decision makers. Superior doesn't necessarily mean that you're smarter, harder working, more fit to lead, or any of those things. Correct? Am I right about that?
Well, superior. What he's talking about is their value, right?
Yes, absolutely,
They're
yes.
coveted and
Coveted's a great word.
Yeah, and that's why you're not supposed to covet your neighbor's wife because it's the husband's job to covet.
Thank you, Anson. Yeah. Anson, you are firing on all cylinders tonight. Is it less alcohol or more? Is your ratio just right? Or
yeah, it's been the right number of years since I was an alcoholic.
Gotcha. Okay. Were you an alcoholic?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, that's not really something you get over. So yeah, I am. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. I actually had you pegged as a kind of a control freak.
Yeah.
The kind that, doesn't, allows himself one glass of whiskey a night and one cigar a day and all of that, right? And thinks of it in that way. Have you ever read some of the old books, like the original Sherlock Holmes or any of the older books, and how when they refer to men being men, it's he allowed himself this, right? Like he knew that if he went further with it, that's a problem.
Yeah, and that's actually a pretty good explanation of why alcohol is so bad for me, because it releases my inhibitions, and everything is so tightly wrapped and under control that when my inhibitions are gone, it's all gone. Mm-hmm. And I mean, you're right about the control part.
Yeah. Well, I think that men. I think that we understood. We've always understood that men are well. All right, so gloves off. Let's just say it. Men are violent creatures. we're prone to abusing the things that we like, right? And all of them, right? Alcohol, drugs, sex, anything that men like, they are prone to excess, right? I mean, and that throughout history, it's been written, and we know that that's true from the beginning of time. Men have always been that way.
Yeah, well, and it's it's part of our biology, and the wiring that we have. We're not really meant to live in the culture that we're in now, and this civilized world. We're much more prone to doing more dangerous things than we're allowed to do. And it's much more difficult now to release all of that aggression that you have. I mean, kids are medicated for being male now through the ADHD stuff, all those natural tendencies that are inherited from our ancestors are trying to be washed away in a feminine culture.
Yeah. I just think it's interesting the way that men used to speak about themselves, and that they acknowledged that they had to have this tight control on themselves, right? And in modern society, we do everything to disavow that we must control ourselves, right? It's like we've known since the beginning of time that men are violent creatures, and we feast on violence. It's the sweet cake that we love to eat is violence.
How did you know what my dating app bio said?
Sorry?
How did you know what my dating app bio said?
I didn't. I just I'm good that way. But and so men throughout history, when they talk about kings, they talk about uncontrolled. He had bloodlust and was everything to excess and all of that. And then on the other side of that was, how tightly reined and what a good king or a leader he was, because he kept a tight leash on himself and that sort of thing. So it's very, very interesting. Throughout history, we've acknowledged that, and unlike what Arthur Dye is talking about, is acting like a 2-year-old. These were things that were admired, right? Bloodlust was admired to some degree.
Well,
Berserkers were feared and known, right? So these were not things that we found annoying.
And women swooned over them because they had power.
True.
And that's why I put that in my dating app bio, because
women. That's a great point. Why do women not swoon anymore?
Yeah, I don't know.
Arthur Dye, have you ever swooned? Are you a swooner? Any of the females left in chat that have not run screaming away with all of this testosterone induced chat? Any of the women that are still in the chat, have you ever swooned? You ever dropped everything and just fallen to your knees in awe of the man before you? That's how that works, right? I'm not up on swooning, but I'm assuming that's kind of how it works, right?
Yeah, their knees shake and they quiver a little bit and their ovaries sweat some.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds right. I don't think swooning is fainting. I think your ovaries go hyperactive, though. Not really sure.
Yeah, they immediately start ovulating.
It does actually say swooning is fainting from extreme emotion.
Yeah, we saw a bunch of that after Trump got elected.
Yeah, they were swooning, all right.
Swooning for Trump's power. See, all those feminist women secretly wanted to get impregnated by Trump. That's why they were doing that.
Swooning was simply one method of a woman showing her delicate nature in the form of an extreme emotional reaction to a particular event. Wow. That's rad, man. That's rad. What do you think?
I think you got into the THC gummies tonight, man, because you're this is wild.
That's pretty rad. I mean, come on, man. That's like next level, man.
Yeah. Yeah, watch some old black and white movies and you'll see some lady swooning.
Yeah. I will actually. I actually like old. I probably like older movies than I do new stuff. A lot of the new movies they're just it's so bad. They're so bad.
One of my favorite lines is from Leave It to Beaver, where Beaver's dad was explaining to him why his mom was in the kitchen, and he was outside on the grill and saying it's the man's place outside, and I like being by the grill when I'm outside, and it's your mom's place in the home, and well, if she's in the home, she might as well just be in the kitchen.
Well, why not? Guys, I think Arthur Daya has the link. I'm not sure. I haven't checked recently to see who has the link or not. Arthur Daya is certainly welcome to come up, and we always know what happens when she does. Oh, she's been sent the link, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. We know that she has the link. She could have used it at any time. It's just easier to snipe from the chat. Be a sniper. Anson, you've been on it tonight. I'm really pretty impressed, honestly. You normally you're not quite as you're not quite on the ball and you're a little bit more acerbic, but tonight you've just been banging it out, man.
Well, that's because you don't have a whole lot of people like Imperious in here sucking up all the oxygen in the panel. It's hard to get a damn word out sometimes.
Don't say his name again. The third time. Oh, Arthur Daya has she's been fighting a sore throat, so she can't fight us. So basically, I guess that's a win, Anson.
I don't know. I like flirting with her. I wish she'd come up.
Yeah. We know who's banging Anson's ex-wife, guys. If you don't,
what? Oh, Anson's banging Anson's wife.
Anson's banging Anson's ex-wife.
If I play my cards right, I can bang both my ex-wives.
Anson has
that's the kind of degeneracy. That's the kind of degeneracy that
I realize what Anson figured out. I realize it.
What's that?
He's like, girlfriends are better than wives. And then I was like, he's like, I'm gonna divorce her, but I'm still gonna get back with her.
Yeah. Well, it's just because he doesn't have to give away all his shit every time they break
Is
up.
that what it is, Anson? Did I just nail it on the head?
No, I'm just making up for all those years of a dead bedroom now. I don't have to put up with her, but I get the bedroom stuff.
Dead bed. Wow. Ooh, that's rough, bro. That's rough.
Well, yeah,
being divorced has been the best thing for my married sex life.
That's wrong on a lot of levels.
That's kind of funny though. I'm not gonna lie.
No, I'm not gonna lie. That's lit, but I'm just saying it's wrong. Arthur Daya, the half awake, unwoke feminist. I don't know that any of that's true other than Arthur Daya. We've been giving Arthur Daya a hard time tonight.
I like Andrew's not so feminist because obviously I have a lot of very conservative Christian views on everything. But
no, you don't. You
I understand the way I've had a career, I'm not married, I don't have kids. I understand his point that that's not traditional.
Yeah, no, I don't, and I don't think Andrew was picking at you. I think he was just being, stating his opinion.
No, I don't think he's picking at me. I think he was making a valid point, honestly. It made me think and say, yeah, actually, that's probably correct now that you put it that way.
So, Anson, have you been flirting with Jim Bob?
Oh, I get on Jim Bob's chat every once in a while and give him some grief because I don't like his debate style. So I poke fun at him, and he takes it personally sometimes.
What do you not like about his debate style?
Well, he, from my perspective, I think he does it somewhat disingenuously. He'll talk over people and then basically repeat the same questions over and over again. And even if he gets a response, he's basically guiding people to where he wants them to be instead of having, I don't know how to put it. I'm more of a fan of conversation because I think it gets farther than debate does, because people debate when they're entrenched in a position and they want to make other people submit to their position. And I think Jim Bob is kind of like the embodiment of that. He's kind of like, Andrew in a lot of ways. But Andrew will admit that he's wrong sometimes in the debates. And so I have a little bit more respect I have a lot of respect for Andrew. What am I talking about? But I haven't really seen that in Jim Bob.
I've not actually watched Jim Bob debate except when he debated Rob Noor. And I thought Noor, to have a losing position, to go into it knowing that you have the losing position and still make a pretty credible argument, is masterful. I honestly, Rob Noor, his my estimation of him as a debate guru went through the roof after that debate, because honestly, come on, Jim Bob had a slam dunk. He just had to show up and say, yeah, okay, and everything was on Rob, and Rob made it happen. It was awesome. Kevin wants you to know that, Anson, you may not be getting any more sex, but you're probably saving more money and saving your hearing at the same time. That could be, there's probably truth in that.
Did you hear Andrew's debate though, where he was preparing for another debate but in this debate he was taking the position of a liberal opposing Trump.
Yeah, right. That's what Rob
was defending Trump.
Yeah, that was Rob Noor.
That was awesome.
But Andrew actually did a good job taking the opposing position.
Yeah. Yeah, Rob Noor is an amazing debater. I mean, his style is very good. So he's probably the best debater on the internets.
He's a master debater.
I don't know if they have master level debaters, but I would probably say that if they did, he would be such a thing.
So he's a masturbator.
He's been master debating for as long as Andrew, right?
Maybe longer. Who knows?
And the way they are able to switch it up, that makes them ambidextrous master debaters.
You put way, way too much thought into this, Glenn. Glenn, did you hear the quotes that I gave earlier from Mr. Heinlein, Mr. Rob Heinlein?
No, I didn't hear any quotes.
I got one for you. I want you to think about this one. I want to see how this hits you.
Oh, God. It's going to hit me.
This might hit you hard. Whenever women have insisted on absolute equality with men, they have invariably wound up with the dirty end of the stick. What they are and what they can do makes them superior to men, and their proper tactic is to demand special privileges. All the traffic will bear. They should never settle merely for equality. For women, equality is a disaster. What do you think of that?
Well, I mean, it only goes to support Genesis 3, was it 3:16, right? You know, where your desire to, it only goes to support Genesis 3:16, right? Desire to control your husband the desire to control your husband, but he will rule over you. Women have the desire to control men.
Well, it doesn't say
Right.
anything about leadership or control. It just says that they're superior and they should not be considered equal.
On what premise is he suggesting women are superior, though? That part I don't understand.
Because one men elevate women. You guys are
because they can do the thing that men can't.
Yeah, the only thing that men can't do is fuck themselves.
And we can't have children. So
that gives you the
I
power.
don't know how that makes sense.
Robert Heinlein, if you're not aware, Arthrodaya, since you were probably
It makes your life
going through earlier.
It makes your life more valuable than anyone else's because you have a womb.
He has a quote about that too. Let me throw this out there because you're gonna like this one. You're gonna appreciate this. I really like Heinlein. Obviously, is Anson's hero because first of all, his middle name is Anson. Second, he is considered the father of modern libertarianism. Men are expendable. Women and children are not. A tribe or a nation can lose a high percentage of its men and still pick up the pieces and go on, as long as the women and children are saved. But if you fail to save the women and children, you've had it. You're done. You're through. You join Tyrannosaurus Rex, one more breed that bilged its final test. I mean, it's true.
True. It's very true. I mean, you get rid of your women and children.
Yeah.
That's your legacy. That's the legacy. You can't get rid of your legacy.
Yeah. And so the thing is that women are in fact superior to men. However, that doesn't make them better leaders or more or smarter or better looking. Just makes them superior.
We're definitely prettier. Sorry.
Well,
yeah, I second that. Yeah, definitely pretty.
I mean,
I didn't say pretty.
Some.
I said better looking.
Some. There's some. There's some that just don't look. Some women make Chrono look sexy.
I don't have a frame of reference for that. I'm sorry.
Just think of Chewbacca, but uglier.
Can't get there from here.
You don't want to. It's called a nightmare.
So, but I mean, so the what I believe Heinlein is saying, we can't ask him because he's dead. Otherwise, we just
damn it. I was gonna say, can you message him real quick?
Yeah, we can make a phone call, but he's dead. So, Ghosty's not here, so we can't do a seance or whatever it is she does in her Wiccanness.
Who's Ghosty's a Wiccan?
Yeah, don't you Wiccan, the witch, she thinks she's a witch.
Wait, why is there so many witches?
You were on
these
panel
witches
with her
coming
and you
out.
didn't realize it. You literally couldn't look at that hippie chick and not tell that she thinks she's a witch.
I didn't see no bed-knobs and broomsticks floating around. So shit, no. I was minding my business.
Okay. Right.
But no, seriously, why are there so many witches coming out of the woodworks these days?
Because we don't burn them anymore.
I mean, it's like you may think you're marrying a woman, but you're marrying a witch.
Well, ain't nobody married that. Maybe.
No, I'm telling you, like, okay, so you have to watch the video of the guy that comes up on my panel, claims to be a Christian, right?
Yeah.
And he's engaged to a witch.
Yeah. Okay. All right, buddy. Okay.
I'm dead ass serious.
Wasn't there wait, wasn't there like wasn't there someone that claimed at one point in time that it was biblical? There was biblical support for witches. Wasn't there some dude that claimed that? Wasn't Crowley?
I'm not aware of anybody that says that you got to support these witches, but I know that, like, that talks about witchcraft being done in the Bible. You know, so that supports the idea that there were witches even back then.
Yeah, but wasn't it Crowley or somebody that was like, you know, like I don't know. I don't pay attention to that.
You know, whenever I hear people say like, you know, like there's good witches, and I'm like, it's almost like you're saying there's good feminists.
Ooh, Arthur Dye is going to feel personally attacked.
Wait, say that again.
The mute signal is going to feel personally attacked.
Whenever I hear a woman say that they're good witches, it's like them saying they're good feminists. There's no such thing.
There's no such thing as a good feminist. I think most of that ideology is rooted in, well, occultism, as Rachel has written a book on.
Yeah.
So they follow along the same lines.
Yeah. Well, we went a little bit far afield there, but
do
at
you
any rate-
disagree? Do
Sorry?
you disagree? I want to know if the mic sign disagrees.
feminist.
Do you
Mighty
disagree?
feminist.
I don't think I disagree with that statement.
Then stop being a feminist. You witch.
The only part-time feminist.
Arthur Dye is not a feminist. She's
Wait a minute.
Feminist.
So, how about this? If they're a feminist, they're a witch. They have to be. Every feminist is a witch.
I don't know that necessarily follows, because if you want to describe the practices of of witchcraft and the occult, a lot of the modern ones don't really follow that stuff. So
it's like wearing bell bottoms. Women will just follow
Did you
the crowd.
learn that at your Witchley's monthly meeting?
No.
You sound so sick, though. You need some chicken noodle soup.
That would be good. Yes.
Well, I would, but you're all the way over there, so my bad.
I'm not sure, Glenn.
In the wrong time zone, Glenn. You need to.
I know.
move.
That's what I said. My bad. I would DoorDash it for you, but you know.
Yeah, I was gonna say he could DoorDash it, but you know, this time of night, where are you gonna order chicken noodle? I mean, of course it's in Florida, so you know, Miami never sleeps.
That's
I'm about
that's what
14
Will Smith said.
I'm about 14 hours away. I could get you some chicken noodle soup, Arthur Dye. Hop in my car.
His will be home cooked too. So I mean, you know, what's in that chicken noodle soup? Don't worry about it. Oh, what's in that? What's on that napkin? Chloroform. Don't worry about it. Just take a breath.
Well, we were talking about swooning earlier.
Coming from Alabama, it might be possum noodle soup or Lord knows what.
Squirrel noodle soup.
Silvar Ogre, which quote? I read off a bunch of them. Do you want the source for? They're all from his books. They're not. I don't know that he ever made speeches or anything. At any rate, so do we all agree that women are superior to men in very specific ways?
No, I agree that people have elevated women to be superior, as in value or importance, but not superior in the sense of as in superior in worth.
I think you have to define what we're talking about. I mean,
Yeah,
if we're talking about
I don't agree with
ability
that.
to continue civilization, the ability to give birth, yeah, women have a leg up on that. But if we're going to talk about value,
men are worth less than women. I mean, we
No.
always have been. That throughout history,
No, they're not. They're not. Men are not worth less than women. Men are, if anything, worth more than women. But women are just a sacred resource.
It's how you're going to define it, because in the eyes of God, we're all equally valuable, right? But if you're going to talk about, as Andrew has said, in terms of men having the physical strength to build a society and put together electrical grids and whatnot, men have
them
the
being more useful.
on that. If you're going to talk about the ability to give birth and continue civilization, then yeah, women have a leg up on that end. It just
okay. So,
but women
the only thing that matters is building, or not building, but the only thing that matters is procreation and the furtherance of our species.
Okay, how do you procreate?
Well,
two bitches cannot.
Hold on. One man can impregnate 10 women. Women, therefore, are more valuable than men.
No, you're talking about seed. Eggs are cheap, or sperm is cheap. Eggs are expensive. That's fine. That means they just cost more. What costs more doesn't necessarily makes it more valuable.
If you're going to talk about it in the most sort of primitive evolutionary,
Glenn, you're stuck in the red pill. You're stuck in the red pill.
It's not. Stop. It's not red pill. You can't.
That's 100% red pill, bro.
No, it's not. 100%. A woman cannot impregnate herself, Greg.
Sure, both are valuable. However,
that makes the man is more valuable because he could impregnate her and do all this shit that he does. Therefore, more valuable. He's just more disposable.
The reality is,
if you're disposable, you're not valuable.
God made men and women to complement each other and to work together to build a society.
I don't believe that.
One's having children and one is working.
I don't know that I 100% believe that. I believe that
make one superior or more privileged or whatever. That's really not how God created us.
Yeah, but traditionally, when society functioned properly, there was a reason why, when there was an emergency, the men protected the women and the children, which is what Grid's point is that there's something more intrinsically valuable about the next generation and the possibility of the next generation.
100 men will die to save 10 women.
I don't know about that.
Well, history says that's what happens.
So we have a battle where there was 100 men dying for 10 women?
We have multiple battles.
Well, you can look at Ukraine where they shipped all the women and kids out and made the men stay to fight the war.
In modernity, I guess that's true. Yeah, that's sure.
I mean, we don't have to go back to the Middle Ages or Roman times to see that.
Men are useful, women are valuable. Unfortunately, that's just the way it is. However, women still can't lead. Society can't be led by women. It never has been able to be led by women.
It's because they try and turn the society into a nest that's safe, and they're afraid to take risks.
Yeah, I mean, there's some truth to that.
But that's again how God made men and women to complement each other, is that men tend to be outgoing and willing to take risks, and women tend to be more risk adverse. And there's some balance to be had there where you don't want to be so scared you're just living in a bubble, never doing or attempting anything. But you also don't want to be doing crazy, half-assed, risky moves that put everyone in danger. So that's again where the balance comes into play.
But there's no balance in nature. There's no balance anywhere. There's nothing in the Bible that talks about balance.
You don't think God talks about men and women complementing each other and women being the helpmate to the man?
No, he talks about service, and he talks about obligation, and he talks about things that you were supposed to do. He doesn't talk about balance, and he certainly doesn't talk about I do not remember any passages that actually say what you're trying to make them say and interpret him in that way. If anything, he says that women are subservient to men because women are not allowed to lead.
Why?
Because they can't lead, because it's not in their nature.
Why?
It has nothing to do with them being less.
Okay, it has to do with two things, and it's discussed in one. You see it in Genesis, and then Paul highlights.
I
both
agree
of
with
them.
I agree with you, Angel. Women have been treated as a resource throughout history by men at the most primitive level, as a means to an end, creating and preserving a legacy. I'm not sure if that equals more valuable. Yeah, I mean, I'm actually kind of just using Heinlein's word. His I don't know that I said superior. Superior is really not an accurate term, but it is a good way to look at how the women's deal should be. Women are treated as superior in our nature, by our very nature. Men will protect women at all cost. It is in our nature. You can't even deny it. You never have to know God to know that you should protect women. Nobody has to be told that. We see that even with children that have no idea. So, but that, again, it's not their nature. It's not in a woman's nature to be a leader. It just isn't. This is a problem with society, right? We keep looking for answers that we already have. And we keep trying to make pieces fit because we can, not because they do.
Sounds like Arthur Dye is typing.
I can't hear you. What?
I was typing, come back, Glenn.
Oh, Glenn's here. He's looking for the verse. I don't have it memorized either. And I'm honestly, I haven't had enough Red Bull to remember. Oh, where did Glenn go?
What verse are you looking for?
I wasn't looking for a verse. I thought Glenn was.
Oh.
So how about them super chats, huh? Is it time for a grift session? Y'all need to go ahead and send super chats into Grid right now and become members, because Grid might decide that his airplane's more important than coming on here, and then I won't have anything.
Glenn's back. He's in the back. There he is. I was like, did he drop? Glenn, are you okay? Come in, Glenn. Earth to Glenn.
You're muted, Glenn. If
You're muted, sir. Or something. I saw it light up. Oh my God! It's the chipmunks. Alvin.
What the?
What the heck was that?
That was worse than a prattling feminist.
Try again. He's gone out and coming back in. Folks, we have technical difficulties here on the Unreasonable Man podcast. Even at our level of professionalism, these things can and do happen. Sorry, but Glenn, welcome back. How are we doing? Uh-oh. Glenn? Glenn?
The witches got a hold of his stream.
Dang them witches.
This is one of the rolling blackouts in California, courtesy of Governor Newsom.
It could be. I didn't even think of that. Glenn, did Gavin Newsom kill you? Oh, your internet's back.
No, I'm in my car. That's probably why.
Oh, okay. Are you streaming while driving?
What? No, I am.
Oh, you can't. Oh, no. Don't answer that. Don't answer that.
I'm not doing anything.
YouTube has a thing.
So can you go back and say what you said? You're trying to say that, Women are not more, or God created mankind. There's an order of creation.
And I
That
gotta make
matters. That's
his.
why.
There we go. All right,
Hold on.
keep going.
Hold on one
There you
second.
go. I
No,
can
I'll
hear
be
you
right
better.
back. I gotta mute where we're back.
You're
All right.
good right now.
He's got to mute for a second. It's fine,
He's got to order his chicken fingers at McDonald's.
dude. I'm hungry. Actually, I didn't eat it. I didn't eat a lot today.
Yeah, you're looking emaciated, Grid.
I know. I have dropped like I'm closing in on like 8 pounds, but it's just not coming off like I want it to. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, it's harder for the seasoned citizens to stay fit.
What's up, Nick? Nick?
Okay. All right. So,
Nick?
can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can't hear Nick. Nick, it's different. You gotta like check your mic, sir. It's probably not selected properly.
Yeah, and if you come in on the phone, you got to do it on the Chrome OS with this app, or else it won't work in my experience.
Yeah, it works.
All right. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
Can you? All right. So you got the order of creation. God created who first? Man.
Well, God
right?
created man in his
And
own
he
image.
designed. He created man first. Then he created from man, woman. Right.
Sure.
All right. So where did God bestow the authority onto for dominion?
Sure. Look, I'm not going to argue with you that men are better leaders. However, I'm going to say that what I would say is that, yeah, sure, God created man first, the order of creation, sure. However, it's very easily said that the reason that woman was created is because man was, first of all, man was lonely. Second, man was there to protect the woman. If you created the woman first, you wouldn't have had anyone to protect.
No, it's not. He didn't create them. He didn't create man to protect women. Like it just falls. The man has dominion over the earth, right? So as the one in control over the earth and responsible, right? That everything on the earth is your responsibility. The animals, the peoples. That's so. It didn't. God created woman. God created woman as.
I can only hear one at a time.
God created woman as a helpmate. God created woman as a helpmate. She's an assistant. She's a secretary. She's your helper. She's your helpmate. She was made for you, not you for her in any way.
Okay. That still doesn't negate the fact that women are more important to survival than men.
Yeah, you're talking biology, and you're saying, yeah, she's the oven.
I'm not talking biology. I'm talking simple mechanics. Simple. It doesn't matter if you say that if men are the leaders and men decide to kill all the women, then they're done.
Same thing if you said all the women got men and men were the leaders and men killed all the men, they're done.
Sure.
So I don't understand. Like if they both takes both of them, right? They're not more superior. They're more of a precious resource.
Well, I'm using Heinlein's word of superior. But history's proven that women are more important than men. Men die, women live.
But that's really only in regard to continuing the species.
Well, what other?
Well, that's a solid point, because women cannot actually, or not until modernity, women were not able to subjectively, or pardon me, not subjectively. women were not able to practically do much for society, right? Like even the legend of the Amazons in Brazil or wherever the fuck that was just complete mythology, right? Because there's no way that could happen.
But
There's no society of women that.
Let's take this crazy scenario where we like somehow end up with, I don't know, 100 men and 1,000 women. And yes, the 100 men can impregnate all the 1,000 women and have kids. But those 100 men are going to have a hell of a time building all the buildings and running a society to support and provide for 1,000 women and all the kids running around. And I don't know that in a really primitive setting, the women are going to have the physical strength to go and do all that and help out on that level.
It's right, because your country or your tribe is only as strong as your men. It will only grow as long as your men.
Sorry, I'm trying to help Nick. He can't hear us.
Like a guy. Let's say there's one guy and there's 100 women, right? That one guy impregnates all women. Yeah, he'll have 200 offspring. What if, or another 100 kids or whatever? Let's say the 100 kids are all women. If he doesn't produce a son, they're done.
Nick, try it now, buddy. Nick, say something. Nick. All right, I tried to help. I don't know. It looks like it looks like his settings. It should work. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know how to make that work for you.
You really got to use.
I have a weird issue on my end. Just help for Nick is that if I don't turn on my camera, which doesn't actually work, I don't get my audio transmitted. And if I try to do, I don't know if that's his issue.
Settings, right? It looks like he's got his settings right, but it's.
He could be he's on that Canadian internet, It's a little sappy.
I don't make it. Come on, man. That's a low blow. Come on. It's bad enough.
Hey, there he is.
What's up, Nick? Can we hear you now?
Wait, did the woman help you figure out the technology?
I can't hear him.
No,
I didn't.
We can see you. We can't hear you.
I could hear him.
You can hear him?
American Sign Language.
He just said he likes maple syrup.
He did not say he likes maple syrup.
He said he agrees with Arthur Dea.
Nobody ever
no, he says nobody's ever said that. No one has ever.
You can hear him?
I'm good at lip reading. He said that my wisdom has been profound all evening. He's converted to my semi-feminist philosophy.
Sounds like Jezebel's here. Jezebel, party of one.
Semi-feminist philosophy.
Jezebel, party of one.
Semi-feminist philosophy.
Yes, the true biblical version of feminism.
I don't know. There's so much material there to work with.
I'm handing it to you, Grin.
Feminists, honestly, can only give me a semi.
I need Andrew on to tell him I represent the biblical version of feminism.
Did you say you represent the biblical version of feminism?
Yes.
Oh, so you're an egalitarian.
He's back.
Hey, egalitarian.
Now, there we go.
Oh, yes.
Yes, we can now hear you.
Yeah, see, Arthur Dye was right.
Back on.
I had to plug in my camera. That's what was going on, I guess. I don't know why it does that.
Yeah, but was she right about the other thing that you said you co-sign everything that she says and all this other stuff and you bow down to her feet?
Yeah, I don't bow down.
Nobody's ever said that. Literally nobody.
The only feet I bow down to is Jesus' feet.
That's right. Not a
Yeah, no,
feminist Jezebel like Arthur Dive.
That's super weird because whenever I go onto like StreamYard, I don't have to have my camera plugged in. Like it doesn't matter. But this, for some reason, just does not like my laptop. I don't know why.
It's not the laptop; it's the settings in the laptop. It's just a weird deal. I don't know.
I'm waiting for them to revamp their software because if they don't revamp it, they're going to lose people. They're already losing people left and right.
Well, they're trying to move away from the OBS setup and move into something like the next evolution. They just, I don't know. They don't have it yet.
Why won't it let me chat, Grid?
Sorry?
Why won't it let me chat with the chat?
They need to move into more like what Riverside FM doing.
What do you mean chat with the chat?
It just says like sending messages is only supported for hosts. Enjoy the stream.
Huh?
Yeah, like I can send a private chat to the back, but I can't.
He can't enter the chat because you're in Grid Studio, so only the host can send messages to the chat.
You have to do it in YouTube.
Oh,
yeah,
okay. That's weird.
Yeah, I have to mute YouTube, but then I can go to YouTube's chat and type there if I want it. And the chat will keep going.
Yeah, they need to fix that. Because that's one thing StreamYard has better on them, right?
What StreamYard has better on them is pretty much nothing except their prices are expensive. You know, I can't believe. Did you see how much StreamYard jumped up to in prices?
No,
bro. I'll tell you.
See, I don't like StreamYard that much. Functionality wise, it's barely better.
Functionality, it's not barely better. It's way better. It's more consistent, right? But it doesn't give you many options. It doesn't give you many options to personalize it.
Yeah, that's true. It's basically Zoom that's just got a couple of extra features. I mean, it's just not.
Actually, Zoom is better because you can have more people in Zoom than you can on StreamYard.
True. Heartbender. See, OBS is. I get the feeling that whoever is doing the development for OBS now is their heart isn't in it, and they just don't care. So I don't know.
Yeah, StreamYard's crazy expensive. Like, and it's not even that good, to be honest.
I like Talk Studio a lot better. It's easier. The TTS works. I can run OBS in it. I don't have to run OBS in it. I don't have to run Streamlabs OBS. I don't know. It's just all around. It's just easier for me. I like the scheduling better.
I'm waiting for them to release this broadcasting network. There's a few broadcasting networks that's about to come out. It's going to be really dope.
Yeah.
So, Nick, did you have an opinion on the quote?
Yeah. Let's get back to the topic because I kind of poked the bear and I intended to. So, Michigan Christian has been retracting a lot of messages. I don't know what he said.
Basically, Grid wanted to start a beef with me. He wanted to get me all upset, get my blood pressure up when he knows that I shouldn't be having my high blood pressure.
Why would you
give me an embolism? Give me an embolism.
Hello, Michelle,
trying to say that women are way more important. All this other stuff. Hey, you don't talk.
No, you keep reading into this.
You don't talk to my producer like that. You better leave her alone. Stop it. Be quiet.
This is medically unhealthy, Grid. You should be ashamed.
Did you hear Michelle? Did you hear Michelle today when she fucking bodied Rob Kowalski on polygyny? That our degen destroyed a Christian degen.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. She did a good job. But I felt she kind of alienated. I felt she kind of alienated Christians at the same time.
I thought it was awesome. She did a great job arguing a position from a more rational perspective than this whole appealing to the Bible thing y'all do.
Michelle, you don't hate anyone. Be reasonable. Michelle can actually debate. You know, she did really well with Andrew Wilson one day. Because she was like, I don't know if you guys know this, but Michelle came on one day, and I think it was like her third time on my channel. And she's like, I'm like, hey, you know, Andrew comes by every once in a while. And she's like, oh yeah, really? I'd really like to debate him on something or whatever the fuck it was. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's cool. And I kid you not, and I did not set this up at all. I kid you not, Andrew literally popped on like 2 minutes later while she was talking about it. And he's like, oh, well, let's just do it right now. And they did.
For anybody that says that like that Michelle was like attacking Christianity, if anything, she was defending it. And she was defending its like, you know, defending the church and all the beliefs, and she was defending the history. Like, I mean, she was defending all of it. Well, she said, "Don't you dare talk about my father's religion like that, bitch." That's what she said, and then she started going off.
I mean, I can play something. It's not a big deal. I just kind of.
Michelle, you can come up. Come on up. If you. She's like, I want to chat tonight. I'm pretty sleepy. I want to chat. That's like reverse, but okay. I mean,
no, like she's trust me. Last night and then tonight, or today, she's burned out.
Mm.
But Nick, you said you're going to play something.
Nick.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to play it through my phone though. So.
Okay.
She can kind of touch in on it if she wants, but.
Churches that agree.
Okay.
Churches that agree with you. You haven't found a church that agrees with you. You basically just made up your own denomination and your own. I don't gather together. But what does that have to do with the evidence you're being provided? No. It's fine. I understand everything you're saying about the Bible. Again, I'm not Christian. It doesn't mean much to me. The Bible was written by a man to me either way. I just understand what I've been taught, and you know that this is just like antithetical to actual Christianity. And I think your imaginary friend decided that this is okay. Your horny imaginary friend, and it's based. I like it. You know, go ahead and do you and have all the sex you want.
This is called. See what I'm saying though? Like it might have alienated Christians a little bit.
I'll watch it.
What part? What part? When she's talking about like you, she said that he started basically his own denomination, and
yeah, and then what did she say? Hold on.
Like that. I like variety. The churches that agree with you. You haven't found a church that agrees with you. You basically just made up your own denomination and your own. I don't gather together. But what does that have to do with the evidence you're being provided? No. It's fine. I understand everything you're saying about the Bible. Again, I'm not Christian. It doesn't mean much to me. The Bible was written by a man.
I'm not Christian, and it doesn't mean much to me.
What I've been taught,
right?
You know that this is just like.
Yeah, that's the thing that she's just saying. This is not her worldview. It's not her belief system. But she's not going to let someone taint or tarnish it because of the respect and honor that she has to her father, this was his belief system. So just because she doesn't hold it to herself doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing. She just doesn't want it to be destroyed by somebody perverting it.
It just kind of came off a little bit like, well, I don't really believe in that shit, and the Bible was written by a man, and you talk to an imaginary friend, right? Like, so like it's just kind of it was kind of a little bit alienating. I'm not gonna hold it against her, but I just thought I'd bring that up. That's all.
No, I remember exactly that point. And to me, it's like me defending someone else's belief system, even though I don't hold to it, or like I don't hold to their idea of this thing, but I'm still going to defend them, allowing them to have that idea and not be perverted by someone else trying to take your idea and twist it.
Well, I mean, it's like, look, just because I don't hold a particular viewpoint doesn't mean I shouldn't be able to argue it, right? Like, so I do the same thing all the time. I may not hold a specific viewpoint. I may actually disagree with it, but that doesn't mean I can't argue it successfully to defeat someone else's argument.
And
right?
if anything, it kind of shows that like she's closer to our worldview than his.
And
he was just incapable of accepting some sort of an internal critique because she was trying to argue from inside his worldview, even though she didn't accept it. He didn't. Sure. He just was unpracticed in debate. I think that's all that was.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I realized what she was trying to do, and I was just like I said, I'm not going to hold it against her. I'm not mad at her. It just kind of was the way it came off a little bit was a little bit.
Yeah, it's fine. I think that you have to be able to. I mean, as far as look, I do the same thing with Glenn.
Otherwise, you kicked his ass, Michelle.
I do the same thing with Glenn all the time, where I will just take the opposite viewpoint that he has, just to push him so that he will come out and
just so he could fuck with me.
I'm not fucking with you. I'm literally like trying to get you to the point, or get you to, just to see where if your argument holds up or whatever.
I feel like Grid gaslights me. I don't know what Grid believes.
It's not a gaslighting. It's not a gaslighting. I just want to, I'm like, let's see if Glenn really believes this. Let's see what he actually thinks. Look, people can say all kinds of things, and they do, unfortunately. But I'm I do that with a lot of people. I mean, I do that with every
Grid and Arthodiah make me question sanity.
Are you sure about that?
Are you sure about Glenn's sanity? No, I'm not sure Glenn's sane at all.
Neither am I.
Let's just be clear here.
Are you sure about that?
Now, I want to get back to the point in the conversation earlier where we were referring to women as ovens. I really liked that one.
As what? Ovens?
Yeah, I think
I am not an oven.
Glenn referred to women as an oven, and I really appreciate that.
Isn't that what chicks are, ovens?
Look, Arthodiah is an easy bake oven.
That's not true. There's no light bulbs involved.
So you're saying there's nothing going on in there in that head? The light's not on?
I guess that's what I'm saying. I don't know. It's the feminism. It puts the light out.
Yes, Patriot, you're absolutely right. That's exactly why he does it.
No, that's not true.
Fucking Grid coming in with the knives.
The what's that?
I said Grid coming in with the knives to Arthodiah.
Oh, there we go. The feedback came. I was waiting for that. The knives. I don't really, it's a, I don't know. It's an interesting dichotomy, I think, that we always want. The question's usually framed very poorly. Should women be allowed to lead? Well, obviously not, right? Or not allowed, but should women lead? Obviously not in most situations. I don't think that it's. I think it's very difficult for women to lead in many situations. Did Nick drop? Who dropped?
My baby daddy dropped again.
You guys getting feedback at all?
He'll be back in a second. He's out riding around in his truck, so he'll be back.
So let me ask you, can I be next to Anson because I need to harass him? I can't point arrows at him if I'm not next to him.
She wants to flirt with me, Grid. Come on, give her some space.
Yeah. So given your statement that you don't think women are good at leading, how do you feel about Trump's appointments? Because we've got Tulsi Gabbard, we've got this blonde chick, Pam something, for Attorney General now that Botox forehead is out. We've got who's his new chief of staff.
His chief of staff choice was interesting. I had to look her up. I think she's a good choice.
Susie Wiles. I wasn't familiar with her.
Yeah, I wasn't
she
familiar with her.
Played a huge role.
So when I talk about women in leadership roles, I don't really talk. I don't really care much about in.
Susie likes to say.
Oops, sorry.
What was that?
Sorry, I was Googling who his chief of staff.
Oh, I got you. And you got full volume there. Cool. I guess when I'm talking about leadership, I'm talking about more in the home or within the family or that sort of thing. But I also believe, because look, I 100% see women that can, lead a team of people in a workforce, because honestly, it's, however, I gotta be, if I'm being 100% honest, I think it's almost always an L for the woman, because if she does a good job, people are going to say, or the perception will be that she is a, boss babe, whatever kind of deal. Or she only got by because she was a woman and everyone just listened to her because they didn't want to get in trouble or something like that. I think that I very rarely find actual leadership in women. And that's, and I've seen them in the military. I've seen them or in military roles. I've seen them in administrative roles. My wife is, has commented on this herself, that it's very difficult for her to see women in leadership roles. The only reason that she is even has any success at all, to be honest, is because she's been around me so long and watched the entrepreneurial kind of role that I have, and this has been kind of thrust upon her, the learning curve, but even then she doesn't. I don't know that she particularly wants to lead, if that makes sense. She is put into that role. And she does a good job at it, but she doesn't want to, and I don't think that she's particularly effective at it. In each of the positions that you mentioned, though, they all answer to men. Chief of Staff answers to Trump. Kristi Noem, Homeland Security, answers to Trump. Answers to someone else. They're not the leader. They're in a leadership role, but they are not the leader.
So Susie,
I would agree, but those are pretty high leadership roles.
I see. My honest opinion is I think that women leading in the workplace has nothing to do with leadership at all. Women leaders lead. Women leading in the family, if in fact they could do so effectively, which I'm not sure they can, would be much more significant. More is at stake.
So Susie Wiles is a hub. So she's been in politics for decades and gave Trump a lot of the network connections that he had for this particular campaign that he ran, in addition to the network that he already had. But you'll notice that Trump's not going in and relying on the same people that he had last time. This is a whole new team. And when you're the chief of staff in the White House, you have to basically know the dirt on everybody and be so well connected into everything that you can do that job effectively. That's a job for a career politician to have, or someone who's done their entire life in politics. And that's why Susie Wiles is in that spot. It's because she's the one that's most qualified for it.
I mean, I definitely agree, but I was, I guess, coming at it from the angle of like a Kristi Noem. She was governor of the state, so pretty much everyone answered to her at the state level. I don't know who she would necessarily have answered to. And I've heard people say that within government, secular government, women shouldn't lead. And I wish Andrew were here to understand if there's a biblical basis for them forming that opinion, because I can absolutely point to verses that say women should not be leading in the church, and women are not the leaders in the home. But unless you just sort of extrapolate that to government, I don't know of anything that specifically says women shouldn't be leading in business or in government or in other arenas.
Well, I think it's really clear that in the Bible it says that women should not lead men. And that I would assume that that's in anything.
Like, how do you realistically apply that in like a business setting? Because the Proverbs 31 woman was running around making clothes and selling them in the marketplace and buying property and all this stuff. And so if you're a woman running,
she didn't have men working for her.
Yeah, and she did so because her husband allowed her to do so, and it benefited the family.
Yeah, good point.
That's
the problem. All right, so here's the thing. This is what women always forget, right? Like, and I can say that women are in some ways, I picked a fight with Glenn and he didn't really take the bait, which is fine. But the reality is that when people bring up, well, the woman in Proverbs or this or that, they leave out very key pieces of information, right? Like the entire story is that the woman was allowed to manage that property and manage these things under her husband for the family, not on her own. This is where it all falls apart, right? This is where the problem comes in, is that women have been told, lied to, connived, their youth stolen from them because they're told that it is more important for them to have a job than a husband, when it's exactly backwards. It is far more important for you to have a husband than for you to have a job. And that's just, I can't make it any clearer than that. It really is that way. And part of the reason why women are to be protected, the reason why women should not shoot for equality, but superiority in some aspects, is because they are the mothers of our children. They are the vessel, right? And this is a precious thing. And I really did, and I was kind of picking on Heinlein for using the word superior and, whatever. But as I said many times, I'm only using that word because he used it, which it's not bad word usage, but whatever.
I guess what I'm trying to ask though is in a practical sense, if women aren't supposed to lead men, how does that realistically work if you have women in the workforce at all? Because on a daily basis,
are you actually leading men, or are you just doing a job?
Well, I mean, I'll take what I do on a daily basis. I'm in charge of any number of respiratory therapists, dietitians, nurses. I have male residents that are being trained and taught by me, and these are adult males. They're in their 20s or 30s, or some are older than me. And so, like, say you're a woman who's the district manager of a restaurant chain, and you have
hold on, but are you leading them
in terms of running the business and who's making the decision?
Are you monitoring and checking off things on a list, or are you making critical decisions for that person?
She's directing people. She's telling people where to go and who to see and blah blah blah. Right?
I mean, yeah. In terms of what I do, I'm a doctor, so I work either in the ICU or in the operating room. So yeah, the decision I make is the final decision that everyone has to follow.
I would say that that is something that just my viewpoint is that you should not or pardon me, you ought not be in that position. You ought to have been married. And then if your husband, I guess not really allowed, that's a bad way to, that is almost a weird way to put it. But if it was to the benefit of your family to do what you do, then sure, do it.
Because there are women who are in my same shoes that are married and have kids, but they are doing the same job I'm doing in terms of leading and directing the men under them around. And we're not doing it like some stupid boss babe that just orders people around. It's all done for the good of the patient and the operation that we're running. But but it is a leadership role. And there's women that have higher levels of leadership than I'll ever be in business, who are like CEOs.
Do you feel like you're an effective leader?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
think men decided one day that like they were like, we gotta let women work, or else we're just gonna not get married anymore, kind of thing, right? Like they could almost see the change going through history, right?
Well, I think Grid is correct that throughout history, women actually did work. It just wasn't technically like paid labor at a career or something. They were
I think women got paid.
Manual labor in the home.
I frequently point to the fact that in Proverbs, that woman did sell that property. She managed that property. She sold it. It was under her husband, and he allowed that to happen. It was for the benefit of the family, right? That it wasn't that. I've always maintained, and I will always maintain, that the idea that women should stay home is incorrect. If possible, sure, I think that that's a great thing. But I don't believe. First of all, I honestly don't think that, especially in modern times with
not feasible.
It's regardless of whether it's feasible and you can afford it or whatever. The reality is women would be very dissatisfied staying home.
Yeah, they have to be like 100%. That's their thing, and that's what they want to do with their life, right? They want to raise babies and homemake. That's their thing, right? And they love greeting their husband when he comes home from work, right? Like that's gone. It's pretty much gone. Like me and Glenn.
I think that's too simplistic of you too. I think that that's a fairy tale that is sold. I think
yeah, I'm kind of making it sound a little bit more.
Yeah. I think that's here's the reality, right? Like all throughout history, I don't care which society you pick up and turn to page 10 on, you're going to find that women worked, and they worked in various things. Most of them were led by men. Even the fabled Amazonian culture, which didn't exist, was so contrived nobody believed it, right? Because it didn't exist.
Yeah, women worked. I mean, we're not all.
Yeah, women always worked. They worked in the fields. They worked making wine. They worked in butcher shops. They worked in all of these various aspects of life, but not to the detriment of their family. Their first responsibility in almost every society. You can't pick up, and I mean, you can't pick up a history book and point to a society that said none of the women got married, that it wasn't their focus. Every society until modernity has been family first.
Well, I think what you saw, what I was trying to say in the chat earlier this evening, was in the 1970s, you had both the rise of the feminist movement, or I think it was second wave feminism technically, and occurring during the 70s. And with that, you had economic pressures of extremely high inflation rates, an economy that sucked under Jimmy Carter. And so a lot of families were forced to get a second income, and you had a huge movement of
Okay.
women from being
Yeah.
working in the home to being
Right.
dub-
Yeah, I looked at,
employees, technically working in the workforce as far as the labor force participation rate goes.
I looked at that, and I agree, and I've seen that before. However, the problem is it's one data point with no reference to anything else. So the problem is that almost all women worked during World War II.
Yeah, but that was
Almost
also
all of them.
that was also economic because of the stress in the economy from the war. So
Yeah.
so economic reasons are definitely why women have to work more, and you can trace back all the way back to the founding of the Federal Reserve and the slow increasing of the money supply and the inflation caused by that, putting pressure on families to change all of the ways that they do things, and it's you know it's all economic related. In addition to this feminism stuff, I think this feminism is just cope for the economic hardship that we're experiencing, that people are just sort of trying to find an explanation for why they have to live different than the prior generation, and these people are coming up with explanations for it that aren't really matching reality, because the reality is that we've screwed up our economics.
Well, what's interesting is, I mean, I know a number of people personally who would rather not be in the workforce, that are women that would rather be stay-at-home wives or mothers. And when you go to countries like, I think it's like the Netherlands and stuff, where they're a little more well-off economically, and women have completely equal opportunity under their law, but they choose more often to stay home and be mothers when they truly have that economic freedom to do that.
Yeah, and I'll say this. So I was raised by a woman that you just described exactly like that. My mother wanted to be a stay-at-home mom. She sought that lifestyle. She was raised to be a wife and a stay-at-home mom, but because of economic pressure, she was forced into the workforce and to take a job like the one Grid's describing, where she was basically bossing men around all the time, because that she was the boss. And it is not what she wanted, but it was required, and it's not it's not right. But she did that all because her husband told her to go to work.
Yeah. So I'm gonna, first of all, Anson, I don't think the economic pressure can be blamed, because again, we had economic pressure throughout history. Everybody's had to make money. There was never a prolific time in history where everybody was we had utopia and all that. So that the economic pressure actually came in modernity, and what we saw in modernity, with the idea that everybody must have a washing machine in their house, everybody must have a refrigerator in their house. An outhouse is faux pas. You must have running water, and all those things cost money. And when every single thing that you want in life costs money, and it's something that you don't make yourself, then you have to get that money from somewhere, and that somewhere typically is employment. And this is a very fascinating subject for me, because back in the 50s, when my mom was born, my grandparents lived in a small house. It no longer exists. We still own the property, but it doesn't exist. The house is long gone. It was, I kid you not, little more than a shack. And my grandfather had come home from World War II. He'd gotten married. They settled here in Middle Tennessee. They had reasonable jobs, but nothing great. They bought this house, had an outhouse, no running water, had a well pump outside, pump from the well. It was a very small house. And eventually they made enough money. They bought another house, and they improved their lot in life. But that really wasn't the reason my grandmother worked. The reason my grandmother worked is because not economic pressure wasn't it so much as they wanted the nicer things in life. It wasn't that they couldn't live on just my grandfather's earnings. It was that now they wanted a nicer house with running water inside. Who doesn't want that? Now you couldn't even live in a house like that. It'd be against the law. So I mean, modernity is really to blame for a lot of these things. It's nice to talk about it being on just things just cost more now. Well, that's bullshit. Of course it costs more, but we feel this need for them. We can't reject modernity, right? Like I have 3 computer screens here right now. I've got 2 cameras on me. I got lights everywhere. I mean, this is all money. This is all cost money, right?
So what you're saying is that industrialization freed up so much time for people that it allowed women to not labor so much in the home with domestic duties, and gave them the opportunity to go to work in a different capacity than they had traditionally, and that a lot of the red pill men confused that fact with something being wrong, like a feminism or some sort of ideology. But what you're saying is that just the nature.
I think it's balanced. I think it's a little bit more balanced than that, but yeah, that's pretty close.
Yeah.
I think it's a little bit more. I think you have to balance it with you have the idea of feminism coming up, and now you have women that are going their own way, so to speak. They're riding out the storm. They're burning their bras and all of that kind of stuff. But all that stuff actually came later, right? That came in the 60s and 70s when a lot of this stuff was, had already happened, right? But when you look at the growth from World War II up into the mid 50s, what you see is you have this this acceleration of modernity, because you had people who had never thought about having more. All of a sudden, they had more because they were in the military, and or they had to move to the city to work in an office, and then they got used to living in an apartment, and then when they come home, it's hard to come back. If you had, for example, if in 1946 or 47 you had, as part of the war effort, you had moved into the city and you had an apartment or a room in a rooming house with 20 other women, but you had a hot running shower, and you had flush toilets and things like that. If you went back home to your shack with an outhouse and no hot cold running water, how do you think that works out for you? Right?
Yeah, no, you're right. And there's people actually, and that's kind of like what I was talking about earlier with the trad wives and the cosplay aspect of some of this. People trying to act like we used to act so that they could fulfill some sort of nostalgic need that they have, the desire. And there's people that do this also, where they live that what is that, where they go off grid, and they live and they have like their homesteading. Yes, so basically cosplaying subsistence farming, because it feels some sort of nostalgic need and makes them feel like they're being more traditional and connected to the earth, and basically rejecting everything else. And it's I don't know, like people historically have done this nostalgia thing where they try and recreate the past because they think it was better. So I'll agree with all that.
Sure. Yeah, but it's also feature creep, right? Like when I was in college, I remember one point I had a job. I made like $150 a week, man. And I was happy. I had a car. I had a room that I rented. I had no real bills. I could do whatever I wanted. A lot of free time. I'd go fishing and go hunting, do whatever I wanted. And I was like truly kind of happy, right? But then you get feature creep. You want a nicer car, and then I wanted a TV and a VCR, and that costs money too. And then, and then I had to pay for school out of pocket. So then, I had to have money for that. And so I had to earn more and more and work harder and harder regardless of anything else. And the same thing is true of women. Women, while we talk, it's nice to talk about how women use men for their resources. The reality is that even if they can, and they do, feature creep by definition means that no matter what you have, it's not going to be enough for her, and she is going to want more. And so either you have to make more money or she has to go out and make more money. And since I honestly believe that most people get into relationships, at least when they willingly get into relationships, to better themselves and the person they're in the relationship with, because I don't automatically believe that people are evil.
So
then that means that if a woman wants to live in a nicer house, then she understands that that her husband's making as much money as he can. That by definition means that she has to then enter the workforce to to even it out, to make the money, to make the extra money needed to fill that gap. Not just have her gap filled. So,
well, there's also the aspect though of like when you have kids, you suddenly need a lot more resources. Because when I was like in college and similar to you, Grid, I lived in a dinky apartment. I lived on nothing. I ate ramen, and that was fine. But I would never suggest using kids in that environment. When you have kids, suddenly you want them to go to that school, a private school, to be able to play soccer and go to piano lessons. And when they get older, they get even more expensive. They need computers these days just to do their homework and be educated. If you think about sending them to college, that's extremely expensive. And so it takes a lot of
again,
resources.
feature creep has made it so that women, regardless of their actual predisposition, feel they have to work. And it has nothing to do with whether they're trad or not, right? They were going to work anyway, right? Like even if we're talking 100 years ago, they were going to work anyway. The difference is that they'd be working around the house, milking goats, making cheese, making butter, doing useful things around the house that we now pay money to do.
So this is kind of interesting because it hits on the and so have you read Atlas Shrugged before, Grid?
I tried to read it a couple of times and I get started on it and then something else comes up and then it's like 2 months before I get back to it and I have to start over.
Yeah. So there's a theme in the book that as society becomes more progressed because of the innovations and the great things that are built by the great minds of men, that people will have more time to devote to self-improvement and become more full people because of the added time, because time is your most valuable resource.
Yes.
And what you're describing is the kind of the scope creep, the what people have actually done is seek even more of the things that made them feel like they had more time, and they've gotten kind of lost in this feedback loop where I just need more stuff because it felt good when I got it that one time, instead of becoming better people in terms of their individual depth. The things like people don't, because they have free time now, sit around and say, I'm going to write a symphony now because I have all this spare time. People aren't doing that. They're not enriching themselves intellectually like they could be. They're just, going after stuff. And that's it. Why do you think that is? You think it's just a loss of virtue that came with the loss of the way that what society valued when it was poor? and less rich with things? Or do you think that people have always been like that? It's just that they were stuck at a low level and couldn't do any better?
I personally believe that most people, regardless of what they say, if they have the opportunity to make their life easier, they choose easier every single time. And that means that there's no way. All right. And you, all right. So you see this every single day. A family starting out with wife, husband, kid. They do not go out and buy a 2-bedroom house on, a tiny little lot with no garage, and they have one car, and every single penny goes in the bank to improve their life later. And so the woman can stay home with a kid and all of this. You don't see that. What you see is you see them going into debt big time for a 3-bedroom, 2-bath McMansion with TVs in every room. They both have to have cars. They have to be relatively new cars. They have to have a garage, even if they don't use it in the car, and they park cars in the driveway. And they have to have a big enough lot so the child can play, even though there's a park not even a half a mile away that they could walk to. And this is why we have such and I normally don't go down this road, but this is why we have such a problem with obesity in this country. This is why people are so detached from their communities. But the bigger thing is it's why there's never enough money. It's why that everyone and people will pay lip service to, yeah, I should simplify my life, but they never fucking do it. You can't tell me, or that you have not heard someone say, yeah, I'm simplifying my life. I spend too much money. I got to get my debt under control or whatever. And then 3 months later, you'll ask them about it, or you'll see them again, and hey man, how's that going? You doing better? Nah, I was doing okay there for a while, and a while means about a month. But then my car broke down. I had to fix it, and well, fuck, I just ended up buying another car, and I can't sell my 3-bedroom mansion right now because I can't. I don't have enough equity in it. Plus, even if I did, I couldn't buy something. The excuses and the cope will be so thick you couldn't cut it with a broad axe, and so. It's terrible, man. I mean, I listen to people talk about this crap all the time, and there are very few people who will actually suffer for their art. The reason that I suffered through Pat today talking to me on the telephone for 25 or 30 minutes, whatever the fuck it was, about how, he can't find a girl to date, that, women are fucking stupid and retarded. And, he really misses being in Taiwan. And I'm sure it's because he misses that girl, not all Taiwanese girls. I'm sure that the girl that tore his little heart out is what he's really talking about. But the only reason I listen to this kid is because I know that right now he is traveling virtually every week or 2 weeks. He works. Not only does he work with a race team, traveling all over the country to the various races, he also is working with Mercedes-Benz in their whatever fucking star program where they have the higher end buyers come out and play with their really shiny cars with staff race car drivers. And he flies all over the country. I bet he hasn't been home in a month. Maybe 2. He's been living in hotel rooms this whole time. And the only reason I listen to him is because he doesn't pay lip service to saving money and making his life better and all of that. He actually fucking does it. There's the only true reason why I respect Arthur Daya enough to have her up here and listen to her prattle is because she paid off, a massive amount of student loan debt, and she paid cash for a house, and she paid cash for a car, and she actually suffered in ways other people wouldn't. Now, I don't think that was the right thing for her to do, right? I think that she should have gotten married, She should have built a life with a husband, and she should have 2 kids and a dog right now instead of a bucket full of regret, which I'm sorry, that might hurt. But I respect that she did what she did. Right.
So, question for your friend, because
Yeah.
I would say that my particular career choice.
Well, he's not going to answer the phone right now. I promise you.
No,
that.
no, well, no, but just like putting it out there is that my particular career choice made it very hard to really focus on dating and getting to know someone and getting married. And if he's always on the road, living out of hotels, I would imagine that makes it difficult for him to present a lifestyle that would seem attractive to a woman who wants to settle down and have children with him if he's going to be traveling all over the place. And I think it takes really special women.
Come on. Historically, men have traveled all the time, and this is a non-argument. This is the kind of dumb shit that's beneath you. Our entire species are travelers. We are, the idea that men stay home and are home every night is it's a modern concept. It's a modern construct. We need to look beyond modernity and our comfort and see the reality of the situation is that, yeah, you might not see your husband for 2 weeks. Get over it. That's the way it is. Right. Like
right, when you're talking about what a woman's preference is, most women would probably tell you they prefer to have a man who comes home every night and is there to lead the house.
Those are the same women that prefer to get divorced after 4 years and take all the dude's savings.
I don't know that that's
I would find that I would not be surprised to find that that's a correlation. When my wife and I first got married, the first 5 years, I traveled, I worked, I would be in the shop till midnight. Even after my first son was born, I remember I was getting ready to go to a race, and I had a car that I had to build a car in a week, and I didn't leave the shop for 3 days. As a matter of fact, I didn't sleep for 3 days. My wife actually had to come down to my shop and basically put me to bed when on my couch in my office and make me sleep for 3 hours. And, I could be gone for a month. So I refute. The fact that you think that that's a real thing is kind of shocking because, that life has never worked out that way for people.
Well, there was a clip from a really long time ago on Patrick McDavid's channel where his wife, Jennifer, talked about how difficult it is to be married to an entrepreneur and how it takes a really special woman and special commitment to support a husband who's undertaking a great endeavor like that. And I think for most women, it's a lot easier to be married to, let's say, an engineer who goes to work from 9 to 5 and is home every evening and every weekend.
Yeah, that's why it's easy to get divorced from them too.
And I would say for myself,
if you don't have the kind of commitment, if you can't find it within yourself to be committed to a man who's building a better life in the same way that he's committed to you and building you a better life, then he's better off without you.
That's probably accurate. I'm just saying, though, in terms of what women prefer. Like,
I don't care what women prefer. What women prefer is irrelevant to the reality of the situation that this is the way things are. I prefer to be a billionaire. However, I am not one.
Like, I don't think most men would want to date me when I'm, working 24-hour shifts or 36-hour shifts and coming home at 9 and 10 p.m. from work.
But you don't know
there to pour time into a relationship. And I do think
that's I think that I think if they can't if they're not going to be there through the times when through real times when this is real life, this isn't a fairy tale. If they're not going to be there then, they're not going to be there later. I have a great story about this, though. So my nephew, who's an idiot, was dating this girl who's a whore. And she literally got pit. And I'm saying this because K2 Keep on Trucking actually just said that, they get mad if you work thirds. No shit. This dude had a job at Nissan. Probably the best job this kid was going to get at his age. If he had stayed there 5 years, been set for life, making money, doing he would have had some seniority in it. Would have been great. But this stupid bitch did not like him working third shift. She literally made him quit working third shift. Then he found out she cheated on him. The dumbass stayed with her for another, I think, year. She financially ruined his ass. And eventually he finally left her. Because I kept telling him there's no damn way you should stick with this woman who has nothing but selfish desires and no give and no concern for building your life together. As a matter of fact, she would spend money faster than he could make it and put them in debt every month. I said, that's the kind of woman you have to get away from right fucking now. And it took him 1.5 years to get away from that stupid bitch. And I'm sure she's ruining somebody else's life right now. So no, you can't. I reject that. I refuse. There's no way. There's no way.
Grid. So you got to understand that people, when they're in relationships, are generally paired in an equal manner, right? So just as much as she was pathetic for her, I guess, lack of self-control, he was pathetic in his desire to try and make it work with someone who obviously wasn't of high value because he had a low opinion of himself, and that's on him.
100%. I agree with that. And I did everything in my power to try and convince him that not only was, she going to ruin his life, but that he was the one in control and he should not allow her to ruin his life. And she put him in, she put him in some pretty bad financial straits. So, this is, this is a singular example. It's not the rule or anything. I'm certainly not saying that it's any kind of scientific evidence. I'm just saying that K2 Keep on Trucking. You were absolutely right. Women get mad because you work third shift. They get mad because you go out of town a lot. They get mad for all kinds of reasons. But men are not being taught that. No, this is what I have to do. Okay. This is the same thing like with my wife and I, right? I would much prefer, it would be my preference if my wife did not work in New York City ever. I don't like the taxes. I don't like the fact that she can be gone for a day or two to be in her office when I can't go with her because we have kids and the kids have to be taken care of. I dislike that. I don't like it. It's not my preference to do so. However, it is her career. It is what she chose to do. And we have it set up for that to be capable of happening. But we sat down and we talked about that a long time, right?
And I'm not saying that's the way people should be, but I'm saying reality is that women will look for men who aren't doing jobs like being deployed in the military, or truckers who are on the road for 2 weeks at a time, or doctors who don't come home till midnight because they're surgeons or something.
Sure. But all that really means
that may be a limitation to finding.
Why is it a limitation? Because when you are together, you should. All right, let's just say this.
I know they should, but they don't.
But that's because modernity is failing humanity. We are this attitude, this very attitude that you're expressing, just you saying it out loud is part of the problem, not you yourself. I'm not saying that you are part of the problem, although you very well could be. I don't know. But this exact mentality is part of the problem. Now, sure, if you're dating, it's hard. I don't understand how it's hard to get to know somebody when you're dating and you're working all the time. I wasn't stuck up my wife's ass for, every single minute of her day the first time we met. Well, I mean, and that's not true. I mean, my wife's a horrible example. How about the one before my wife? It was a normal relationship. She saw me once a week for the first month, maybe twice a week. I don't know.
Yeah, and Arthur Daya, that example that you described from your own life where you don't think that you could find a guy who would want to be with you because you're gone for long stretches of time for work or whatever. There's a lot of guys that would value that because they want some peace. And to them, that's a little bit of independence, and so that's not a detriment to a lot of guys.
Yeah, K2 says they don't like local truck drivers either. Yeah, guys, I'm actually long, man. I got into this. We were cooking. It's 11:35, and nobody's on to do the forward thing. I keep looking. Has anybody see anybody on? You guys to do a redirect to? I could do verbal combat, but is he on? Because it didn't come up when I looked for a lot. Who's live right now? I didn't see the VK. I'm getting like weird shit, like fucking World of Warcraft shit and stuff. What's up with that?
I got Flow State is on.
If Flow State's on, throw it in the back in the private, and I'll do the redirect there. I'm okay with redirecting the Flow State. So, yeah, Arthur Dye. Look, I'm not really picking on you. I really believe that. I really think that there's a there's this mentality out there it's just crazy to me, right? Like I preferred to I prefer to not have my woman underfoot all the time when I'm first starting to date her. So.
I'm just telling you, I've seen like surgeons have trouble where they will have to cancel a date because they're in the operating room and the case is going long, or the girl they're interested in wants to schedule a date, but they literally can't give her a day because they're working and working and working, and they have some paper to get out and a conference to go to and this, that, and the other that has to be done.
Yeah, I get it.
Makes it
I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm just saying that to me, that's just part of what you're buying into, right? Like, I don't know. I'm tired. I'm gonna say something that just doesn't make sense.
No, I agree with you. Like I personally admire hard work and love to see someone go at their job with passion and work to, build a business or whatever that may be. But many people don't look at that as a positive.
Yeah. Angel Berber says that I'm correct. Unwillingness to sacrifice lifestyle or convince of any kind or sacrifice of any. See, I can't. I think he means convenience of any kind to run an efficient relationship and household is why this state of affairs exists. Yeah, absolutely, man. We're pussies. I mean, I hate to go out on this note, but we're absolutely pussies. Guys can't even stand up to their women anymore. Like they can't say, "Hey, no, we're doing it this way." Right. Or no, I don't believe in that. So we're not going to do it that way. And, it's, I don't know, man, it's pretty stupid to me. I'm not saying it is right. And again, I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just, I like to think I'm right. Somebody throw me the link to Rob's site. I'll throw you guys over to Rob. But
I put Flow State in the back.
I saw that. Yeah, I was going to do Flow State, but I rated him last time. I'll rate Rob this time. Somebody give me the Rob link.
I'll grab Rob's
in the back chat. Arthur died. No, look. All of this sucks. It's all tough. I mean, I'm not saying that this is easy, right? But think about, what really is interesting is that I know I guess I kind of know them, but they're not my friends. They're my wife's friends. I know people right now that, they'd see each other twice a year, if that, because the husband works here and the wife is back in China with the kids. He's here to make a life. He's here working for Google or whoever the fuck. And, that's their life. Can you imagine? Can you even imagine that? I can't imagine. That would suck. But, if that's what you got to do, that's what you got to do.
You don't have to do that. You choose to do that.
Well, you choose to do it because you want the life. You want there's something that you get out of it. Correct. Cam the King says his dad worked overseas for 7 years. He and my mom saw each other one time a year. That's nuts.
That's commitment if it works, though, because it
is commitment.
Yeah, either that or the woman was on her backside the whole time while the man was gone, and yeah, that's usually how it works.
I have a weird story about. We'll do it another time. I have an uncle that had like the fucking weirdest shit happen while he was deployed. Anyway, guys, I'm done. I'm long. I've had a long day. I've been up since forever. I'm going to sleep. I can't believe I had this much energy this long. Kronos 420, dude, you're coming in as we're going out. Good to see you again, though, buddy. Good to see you. Good to see everybody. Glad you guys hung out with me this long. I'm going to send you over to Rob Noor, and he's on a call-in show, so some of you guys should jump up there and argue with him because he's great to argue with. Arthur Dye, you especially.
Should I go troll?
Should go do that. No, do not troll.
I'm just kidding.
And in the meantime, I actually should have told Andrew about this awesome outro video I have. But also, guys, be cool. Wear glasses if you need them. Get off my...
Yeah, I just answered your question. Can you tell me what epistemology means?
Epistemology is the study of the epistles. I mean, you can. I told you that a husband and wife is supposed to be the representation of God and the church. He said he's a husband. I asked him if he sees himself as the embodiment of God, and he said no. That doesn't make any sense.
Wait, what is the epistles?
The epistles are the apostles. Are you talking about the